All right. Hello, everyone. Here we are, session 1, and
Yeah.
most people are here, but we're still waiting for Sheep, who's eating dinner, and we're waiting for Valkyrie, who is on his way home from work, and will be joining us in roughly 40 minutes. As Manaki said at the start, this is a pre-published campaign, so no spoilers. If I see spoilers, there will be repercussions. So we can discuss what we did and how things went, but do not tell us how things end or warn us of things to come or anything like that. That would be very, very sad for us if you do. So, please don't be a dick. With that said, Malachi?
Oh, I thought you had more.
No.
Like with that said,
And now, like
we'd
the
like to
camera
come.
pans, like the curtains. I have walked off stage and the curtains like draw up, and there you are.
Well, we have to know who has been here the longest. That is something we have to know. And with that, I would like each of you, if you please, the people who are here, to roll me a d10.
All right.
You just have to be different, don't you?
There are measures for it up here, man.
That means
Yeah,
that,
there is.
Jonas, your character arrived here first.
Oh gosh.
And yeah, I will make a map visible to you. And if you would please, well, actually, just copy a token.
Sure. I've copied.
I'll force you to come over here. And it is a lot of darkness right now. But don't just put it anywhere. I will show you where to put it. Because as I understand, I've made all these vision blocking things, and if it works, then you won't just see like giant swaths of darkness and stuff. So hopefully, just tell me when you've loaded.
I'm in.
Okay, that's good.
That's a tiny thing.
Well, patch your
Have you
dirt.
got-
Just put your thing there.
Have you got auto reveal on? Because that was.
What?
Yep.
Whoa!
Oh gosh.
So you
bones.
are in a cell cave. Here,
I sure am.
look at all those nice fractals.
Yeah, there is
Oh.
so many
It's
fractals.
beautiful.
That is actually kind of cool. I like it.
Yeah, and you have come here, but you're not alone. Well, you have not been alone, since this is actually kind of like a prologue sort of thing. This has already been done, as it turns out. Do you want me to just give you a little more vision there to not have all this?
It's this fractal stuff is certainly
Yeah, I'd probably
fairly
clear.
murderous.
It's a little bit weird looking.
I'd probably clear like the fractal bits at least.
Just like get rid of these.
Do not pay
You know
attention
what
to the
I'm gonna do
motorcycle.
instead? I'm just gonna. Let's imagine that there are no bars in this door, and you can just
Sure.
see straight through. There we go. Now you can just move one
That
step
could
or
work.
so, and then you should see everything.
Hooray!
See.
Thank
Look
you.
at that.
Oh, it's so much better. It doesn't lag even. Oh, it's so much
Yeah.
better.
Oh yeah, a lot better. Oof.
So yeah, I'll wait with describing the place too much before everyone's here. But safe to say, you are here with a few other people. Quite a few other people.
Oh god.
Other prisoners, and you have been doing hard labor in this place. Now, let me ask you, how have you been behaving? Have you been very have you fought them against the drow? Been like misbehaving and such, or have you been very well behaved, or have you been sort of just trying to stay like a low target?
That's certainly a good question. I mean, he's a half-orc. And he has that orc rage in him. So I imagine if you poke him and prod him enough, he might snap a bit. He's not stupid though, so if it really, really burned the first 2 times or so, he might just have laid low after that or tried to. Gripping his rage, trying to quell it. So yeah.
So, How has he been behaving?
I mean, on a scale to 1 to 10.
Well, more like 1 to 3. Not
2.
well behaved,
Uh-huh.
trying to lay low, or well behaved.
Trying to lay low in that case. He's tried his best to.
All right, so he hasn't been doing a whole lot. He probably has been given jobs specifically to carry water barrels tapped from the waterfall and then bring them to the kitchen area. In doing so, he would have learned a bit more of that location and how that looks.
Mhm.
Basically, take you. Move you on the route you would generally take. Movement will stop at step 3. Clear fuck on spot T. That's like a thing. I guess yes. These towers here are stalagmites, stalactites as it were, hanging from the ceiling. What you're walking on right now is a tight ledge above the ground down below. Between these stalactites, there are spider webs. Here is generally the little platform where you deliver your due, and as you have done that for actually quite a while now. I can't cross the shadow with you apparently. I have to move you, as it were. Otherwise the thing gets mad. As you cross the shadow, you have perhaps managed to secure something. So I can roll me a d20 and add 8. Let's see what you've managed to accomplish.
All right, a d20, 3 plus 8. That's a 11.
11. One day when you were working carrying these heavy barrels, you managed to spot under one of them something gleaming, and there you found a single gold coin that you have managed to keep until this very moment.
Oh, great! Spy gold coin.
Yes. Now, looking at all these characters, is there anyone you might have socialized with?
Well, there is a drow up there. Nope. There's a weird frog man, but he looks kind of friendly. Maybe. Boopipo, which is a deep gnome, I'm guessing.
He's a Darrow.
Okay. I am not sure what that is.
That is a type of dwarf.
Okay.
Somewhere in between a dwergar and a deep gnome.
Okay. Oh dear. Topsy-turvy? No idea what that is.
They're deep gnomes.
Okay. Derendil?
Derendil, yes. He looks like a strangely emancipated version of a Quaggoth that you have.
Oh, okay, sure. Eldeth Ferdrun? She's like a dwarf lady?
Dwarf, yeah.
Yep. A mushroom, I'm guessing. A deep gnome again, Kimjar. And an orc? Question mark? Alright, well...
when you first woke up here, who would you have approached?
The dwarf would have been the first one I approached, because he remembers fighting for and with dwarves in Gauntlet Grim, and he has some good experience with dwarves and as trustworthy fellas.
Alright. Well, you would know her name then, Elvis Ferdrin. She was a scout, and she in fact remembers you as well. When she sees you at first, her eyes sort of lift up, and she seems like, just for a second, like there's some hope. But then, the fact that you're in here, and you don't seem to be armed or free anyone, sinks in, and she probably drops even lower than she was before.
Oh dear.
You might have spoken a little bit. You learned that she is from, or she was there during the battle. That you proved yourself quite capable in. You learned that she was part of a group of dwarves that came here. not came here, but was out scouting when they stumbled into a cave filled with a strange purplish mist. She remembers seeing weird hallucinations, and then suddenly she was separated from the group, and, well, the rest is history, as it were. She, as one thing that you would notice, is that she is a little protective of the mushroom next to her. It stands there on its two tiny legs that continuously tremble, while the orc, who you would learn is called a runt, has continuously been thinking about eating it. As you're fed mushrooms here, basically, and he doesn't really see the difference. She has tried to stand up for him. She has expressed her the thing you most learn about her is that she has expressed incredible distaste for Runt. In addition to most sort of creatures of the Underdark, she's not a big fan of the Underdark in general, and she's a little bit judgmental in that respect. Yeah, we'll put you over here then,
Sure.
as we continue to process people.
Process them.
Well, we have Halldamir. I think
Sheep hasn't rolled his either.
No, but I think since you and Dark, I think you would be then come about. The two of you brought in at similar times. Now.
Okay.
You can put your tokens here.
Where? Just in the prison bit? Yeah, cool. Is Doug still here?
I don't know. Well, I suppose we'll do you first then.
Yeah. Maybe
All
Sheep's character comes in, because I think he is here.
So, you have arrived here, and you have not had a very great time. They don't feed you. You're an elf, and you get the impression that they believe you have had everything handed to you in life. If you want food, you're going to have to take it from the other prisoners. No, maybe that'll teach you how tough life can be. They seem to delight in punishing you, and so you have been given the task of cleaning the Quaggoth cave every day. It is the cave where the hairy, sort of semi-intelligent, prison keepers for you really stay, and it is a filthy place. If you eat, you will have a trouble just keeping it down from all that. It is up here. Quaggoth Cave. It's in there.
Okay.
That's generally where they hang out. The drow trip you. They roll you over, and generally just delight in the petty cruelty of seeing you being humiliated by the Quaggoths, who enjoy themselves just pushing you over and making you fall in their filth and stuff like that. How do you deal with not being fed?
Instead of fighting everybody, she plans on bribing them with healing their wounds from the torture that I presume most of them undergo.
Not as much torture as hard physical labor.
Okay. She can probably help with that anyway.
She will, as she attempts to heal, find out that this cave, magic cannot be cast within it.
Oh, okay. Well, she does have some knowledge in medicine. In fact, she's very wise. She's somewhat good at it. So, yeah, perhaps she uses some old ranger tricks, as it were, wood elf ranger tricks to help with blistered feet and the cracks that form after you've not worn any protection on your feet for a while.
Now, who would she speak to about such an offer?
Undoubtedly the dwarf. because she had a best friend that was a dwarf in her youth. And if any of these creatures are gonna be nice, it'll be the dwarf in her mind, because she had her best friend
You
was a
actually
dwarf.
see Darendil there looking towards her, clearly with hopeful eyes, as he
Mhm.
gestures her to come over when she enters this place.
I mean,
The other prisoners have been giving him a wide berth, Liem would have noticed. Nobody goes close to Darendil. When he speaks, it's a weird sort of garble language, and he is huge and has huge claws. You cannot unarm him. He's a quaggoth. He has thick, patched fur on his hide, long, gnarly claws, and one Eldith would say that they once saw him get knocked to the ground by one of the other quaggoths, so much so that he began bleeding, and he killed the creature. He just murdered it with his claws. So they're really afraid that he's gonna just go nuts and kill all of them.
holy shit. Alright, well, Serilla is not afraid of most things. She would probably, on first sight, wouldn't refuse. Probably go up to him.
Sure. I'll shift away. Turvy and Tupsy always seem to be clinging to each other. They generally don't seem to willing to speak to anyone, except for whispering to one another and looking sort of anxiously around. Yeah. As you get close to Darendil, he will give you a strange toothy smile. Almost a little awkward, as he will say in strangely sort of broken up Elvish. Say, excuse me.
Yeah.
I couldn't help but notice that you're from the homeland. Yes. Excuse my speech. It's been this. A little bit sort of exasperated and also very excited, as if he can't believe his luck.
She smiles and says, "You're from the kingdom?"
Yes, a kingdom rather. I don't think you would. You're not here to rescue me, are you?
Her smile fades quite quickly like that.
I thought not. They are surely looking for me, but I doubt that they would find me in this hideous form. So looks down at himself, sort of. I am of elven blood as well, but when they ambushed my group and captured me, I was hideously cursed into this strange form. I think they hoped that I would become some sort of slave creature, but although my mind does seem somewhat hampered by it, I still retain my personality, at least.
She kind of quirks her head a bit and says, "Rather unfortunate."
Says, yes, very. I don't know how I could speak to anyone else here. It's the home language, and I don't think any of them do. He looks out to the drow. They are staying away from me, at least for now. But so on to say, I just really happy to see that there's some other company here. Well, though I suppose it is unfortunate.
Serilla will smile and say, "Well, I suppose it's lucky for both of us we have some company."
Yes, they have been giving me a hard time, but I think they might do worse to you, since, well, you haven't already been punished for, well, your very existence, as I understand it. Anyway, he sort of moves close and says, I am, he sort of moves into whisper. It is strange to have a creature with such big teeth so close.
Mm-hmm.
If you could get me out of here, I promise you, my father will give you anything you ask for.
She smiles and whispers back, I don't think I'll need your money.
He says, don't tell the drow. Well, I think they might already know. It might be why they captured me specifically. But I was here on an expedition to gather allies for our kingdom above. We had suffered drow rage, you understand, and we were going to speak to them about it, but I suppose I should never have gone. It was too risky, but I thought myself stronger than this. Excuse my manners. I am Darendil, Prince Darendil, of the kingdom of Nelrindenvane. Just smile slightly, a little awkwardly.
Sure.
I understand if this is hard to believe, but I can assure you it's true.
She'll quirk an eyebrow and give a half smile and say, then the name is Lady Serilla.
Sort of bows. My lady. Sort of looks around. Says, anyway, if anyone proves to be a bother, sort of again looks to the drow. Says, I should be most honored to keep you safe, my lady.
She smiles and puts a soft hand onto his shoulder and says, I can also take care of myself, but thank you.
He bounces. Well, I suppose in this place it's good to have someone to rely upon.
She nods.
This is a filthy place. We'll discover soon enough. He sort of shivers a little bit. And in this form I can smell everything. Just everything. He slumps back again and leans towards it. Everyone's sort of looking, but no one's saying anything as they don't understand whatever is going on.
Mm-hmm.
They usually don't make me work anymore. At least there's that.
She nods and comes and kind of sits next to him.
He does smell kind of bad.
Well, she has done a lot of charitable work, so I'm sure she's used to terrible smells of not much cleaning. So she'll smile and say, I expect it to be quite horrible.
Nonsense. I don't see a way to get out, though. They're keeping us under lockdown completely. Always watched. But let's see if you can manage to find anything in your time hanging out here. If you roll me a d20 plus whatever you rolled before.
6. Okay, so a 15.
A 15. Well, you have been unfortunate. You have not really been able to find much. What you have been able to find, though, is basically a strand of some a cutoff, basically, of a 5-foot long strand of silk rope.
5-foot long strand of silk rope?
Yeah.
Cool.
It is rope woven from spider silk. It is fairly strong and durable, but again, this tip is only 5 feet long.
Yeah, okay.
You've managed to hide it from your captors so far.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool.
Is dark here now?
Yep, I have.
All right. Well, you arrive next. So why don't you plonk down your token to be another elf? What was your roll? 2?
Yep, 2. So
Right.
recent, it sounds like.
Sure. Well, Sheep, could you roll me a d20 or a d10? That is.
Sure.
Because you might actually arrive before Roland does. No, you arrive at the same day. So why don't we dump both of you by the gate as you are thrown in there by some Quaggoths?
Get him! they have the most meat
Get 'em,
on their
boys!
bones.
Bring us back on the menu,
Yeah, exactly. as our Quaggoth friend just breaks their necks like, eat him like a crawfish.
While the rest of you have been here, I'll give you a little more information. Shusha up there, he looks to be a Koatoa. He's a little overweight for Koatoa, even though he's in here. And most of the time, he just sort of sits here in a very calm expression, sort of his legs folded and his hands sort of folded in between them. Just sort of sits there meditating almost up against the wall. He's very accepting of his current placement, and when put to work, he just sort of does it, almost as if he's just sort of drifting through existence without really noticing or knowing it. The Quaggoths have beaten him, they have savaged him, they've cut him, but he has never fought back, and he has never shown any response to it. And as such, at this point, they just sort of ignore him. So, Gesh and Roland are thrown into the prison cell, or prison cave. Roland has also been informed that he will not be fed. He should not expect food. If he wants food, he can fight with the other prisoners about it. He can try to take theirs. Beyond that, he will be working in the Quaggoth cave, scraping up their filth every single day.
So
If he
joining the other elves.
falls or somehow falls over or can't work, of course, they will take that as disobedience and punish him adequately. You know, the spiders are always hungry. Gesh doesn't get much of a welcome. They're not saying much as they throw him in there. They're focusing on the elf, clearly, with their japes and their kicks and making him stumble about. So as you enter, what grabs your eye, or who would you sort of seek to go to, or rather than just stand in the middle of the room?
Well, for Gesh's case, he has a clear list of priorities here. Is there someone who looks like he is the most respected of the people currently in here? Like,
Right.
someone who they look up to?
Let me give you Serith, the drow, seems to just sit alone. He seems to have sort of a disdainful scowl towards most others, watching them very carefully, though. Then there's Shushar, who just sort of sits. Everyone seems to just mostly ignore him, though the old-looking Darrow, Bobido, is sitting there next to him. He sort of keeps humming a jaunty tune or something like that. He seems very colloquial, really. Topsy and Turby are just huddling together, trying to be as small as possible. Just, they have not talked to anyone, and they don't seem to want to. They just kind of huddle together, and when put to work, they will help each other and just look down constantly, try not to get any attention. Darendil, the strange, hairy creature, big, hulking Quaggoth, long claws. The only one that's close to him is this elf, very beautiful elf, sitting there. She does seem pretty harrowed by the days of hard labor and such. She has not been able to wash. She's probably not drank and eaten much, though Darendil has certainly shared his rations with her. Both of them seem pretty harrowed, hard time sleeping and such, since they are basically eating half of the meager rations they've been given. Then there is Liem, the Lightning, a tough-looking half-orc, and a dwarf who keeps watching out for a little mushroom creature. Between them, or next, sits a gnome, basically, who seems to have like a little rock that he's sort of flicking up in the air and catching again, leaning against the wall. Everyone in here, he looks pretty cool still. He doesn't seem to be bothered by the lack of food and all the amount of work, and sort of is smirking around, almost as if he's like trying to find something to do. He seems bored, really. Beyond that, there is Runt, an orc, who has made his own sort of little nest here, gathered some straw and stuff. He seems to also have be the kind of character who gets the most food, because he sometimes manages to bully food out of others.
Well, I think Gesh will see what this ginger guy is to.
All right.
He seems to be potentially useful, mostly.
You catch his eye, and he raises an eyebrow, almost as he's challenging you, as he flicks the stone up in the air and catches it again without looking at it.
Well, will simply approach him, accepting his challenge, whatever that may be. Might be a good distraction in this miserable situation.
Mm-hmm. Though you came on the same day, I suppose you two would still come at like different times of the day.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even then, Gesh, for the moment at least, thinks that associating with these elves might make his time here a little bit worse, even.
Yeah.
So maybe just see what's happening first. Go with the safe choices.
Sure. As you come closer, Jim begin to say, I bet you our next meal ration that you can't guess what I have in my pocket.
Alright. Slight smile on Gesh's face. That's an interesting introduction. What is Jimja wearing currently?
He's wearing sort of a patched-together leather coat with tons of pockets on it. It seems like most of them have been cut up, probably with a drow knife, but there's still a few of them that could hold something. None of them are particularly big. His ears pierced. He has seemingly no hair upon his body. Big, ugly nose, as most of his kind. Pair of broken boots.
Gesh will nod as he approaches. I accept, and I think that at least one of your pockets is empty.
He smiles and nods. Says, good call. Suppose I'll go hungry tomorrow.
Gesh simply smiles and takes a spot next to him in the at the wall here.
Runt will look at him and say, my place.
Alright.
His beady little
Scooch
black
over.
eyes glint as he sees you move for him, as he smiles and chuckles slightly to himself. A new victim has clearly entered this place. Jim Jar will look at Gesh and look at Runt and say, I bet you 1 gold coin that you can't take him in a fight. Well, the fight.
What do you mean, the fight?
says, well, you back down. Well, really, you're new here, so you're probably going to be expected to fight him. You're going to get 2 meals tomorrow. He's not going to be happy for that. Unless you were to give one away, of course.
Gesh frowns a bit. I think you can keep your coin fund. I would like to at least keep my options open.
He nods and shrugs and says, well, all it means is I wouldn't bet on you. So he looks at Runt and smiles slightly.
Gesh frowns. Alright, I'll take it.
He nods. Says, so, I'll give you a coin if you can beat him. You'll give me, or sort of looks at you, owe me one if you win.
Gesh nods.
He smiles, seems to enjoy the fact that you're playing along with him. And, yeah. Safe to say, later that day, when the meals are given out, they're given out by one of the drow. Here. Runt pushes his way up and basically grabs 2, and then like licks one off the plate immediately, and then looks to you, Gesh, right in the eyes as he takes another one.
Oh, he didn't.
With sort of a smile, challenge you, like, yes, I dare you.
It's not a good thing to get in trouble with the bully on the first day, but no. You know, you can take 2 from someone else, but not from Gesh.
Eldith scowls as the others sort of hurry to get theirs, so to speak. Of course, there's always lacking due to the elves not getting any.
Well, if this Rond wants to take 3 rations of all things, Gash will definitely stand up to him and see if he can't change Rond's first impression of him, and actually looks somewhat intimidating. Gash is at least a little bit over 2 meters.
So is Runt.
He's not the most physically impressive, but maybe he can at least make himself seem confident to the point that Rond at least concedes this point without escalation. That'd be preferable.
Sounds like you're trying to intimidate him.
Oh yes.
Yeah, as his beady little eyes sort of narrow, and he chuckles to him. Looking forward to the fight there is to come.
That's a 20.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
All right. So how do you impress him so much with your badassery?
When Gash came in here initially, he was sort of bent over a bit, maybe like hunched over slightly, not seeming as big as he is. But the moment Rond touches that third ration that he knows and communicates actually belongs to Gash, Gash sort of stands up straight, sort of bulking up with a glint of maybe anticipation and excitement that Rond actually properly threatens something that Gash owns, to the point where maybe even Rond thinks that he might not want that fight.
His grin turns into like a slight, like open-mouthed, and then to a frown as he walks over and like pushes the sort of flat bread that with the mushroom stuck on it to Gesh. He says, "Your portion," and he goes to sit down, having
Gesh.
given you the 2 that you had, meaning gem jars and your own.
Well, Gash will then use one of his 2 rations to give to Rond.
Oh.
Nodding to him, saying, "You are big. You need your nutrition now."
He seems very surprised, and he takes it and eats it, and goes over and sits down in the corner, clearly a little confused about what just happened. Because that's not usually how this thing goes. Yeah. Eldith scowls and will tell Liem, like as if that one didn't have an ego that was big enough already. Jimjar will look at you, and out of one of his pockets he'll fish a gold coin, and then he'll flick it over to you.
Gash will take it and share his ration. His one last ration with Ginger.
It is meager.
Yeah.
It is just enough to leave you hungrier. It's not good either. It might be whatever they have left over from their own meals or something like that that the Quaggles don't want.
But Gash thinks that it's more important to make good first impressions with whatever means he has available, rather than getting sated completely.
Sure. Jimjar seems to be a bit of a gambling addict. He will bet on almost anything, and, well, he seems to always be able to produce something out of his coat that he can use to bet with. Later that day, another elf is pushed into the cell.
Get him!
He sees this scene. A drow, a meditating Koatoa, a grandfatherly Darrow who seems to be telling a story to someone who isn't there, 2 little deep gnomes huddling together, a strange hairy Quaggoth who are very close with another elf, a half-orc hanging out with a dwarf who scowls over to an orc, while a little mushroom has moved a little closer now, still shaking its little legs, clearly afraid and well, it's only communicating fear and sort of sadness and sorrow, while this dragon creature and another deep gnome are hanging out sort of against the wall, seemingly sharing a ration. Over by Darendil looks to Lady Sibyl. I'll say, "Oh, another one." and sort of gestures to Roland, and Elvis says, "Oh, friend, come over here. Come over here. We have room.
Roland looks over.
Though we might like some food now."
Roland peers over for a moment, giving a slight distrustful look at whatever that thing is. Darrow, was it?
Darendil is a quaggoth. He's
Still
like a
slightly
cave bugbear.
A still slightly distrustful look, regardless.
Mhm.
Though he does look over at the elf and at least look not quite as suspicious as literally everyone else. Before he approaches, though, like halfway, he's going to be scanning the room a little bit, trying to kind of get some readings. What is going on with that drow? Like, what's running through his mind about all this right now?
He's watching you very carefully. He's clearly considering you and your context with everyone else. He seems to be planning constantly, whatever plan it is he's making up.
And then the other ones that interest me in particular, actually, the awakened person at the top there.
Shushar. He's currently has his eye closed, making a slight like croaking hum, like that emanates deep from in his throat. He's just sitting there. He's not doing anything. Just meditating, seemingly.
Okay. One thing Roland kind of instinctually does, and will be doing, is just kind of keeping an eye out on everyone, and much like the drow in a sense, just trying to figure out everyone's place with everything, and keeping a kind of good eye on what everyone's thoughts are. One of Roland's best skills is insight, after all, is his expertise.
Sure. Friend, it is, well, both sad and good to see you. I am Prince Darendil, and this is Lady Serilla. Nods. It truly saddens me to see you in such a dreadful place.
Roland has a brief moment as the introduction is done, where he just kind of pauses and stares, basically in his mind, kind of remembering his father's notes and trying to think about what is this creature.
Sure. Well, you would know that this is the kind of creature that keeps you captive here. The quaggoths are servants for the drow, slaves, really. They are generally savage creatures. They have a tendency to go frenzy. They're cruel and mean and horrible. And, again, like a slave race, really. This one, however, seems to speak somewhat garbled Elvish to you. And his personality certainly doesn't seem to be that of a quaggoth.
I would imagine that anytime that he gets kind of caught up on some Elvish words or like misphrases something, that Serilla would actually cue in with like fixing the sentence or reminding him of the word that he's thinking of.
Does she have a long, thick stick that she wraps over his arms when she
No.
does wrong? Like...
She does it. She does it as if she's just saying the sentence, not as in like, "You idiot! This is how you do it." It's more of a.
He looks embarrassed every time, and so stammers a little. Yes, that's right. This body is not made for such a sophisticated language. I feel. Whatever magic they used certainly has transformed my mind somewhat, though luckily not as much as it could have, I suppose. Sorry about my appearance, friend. So looks to Roland. Says, when I was taken here, the drow attempted to turn me into one of their slave creatures, but well, something must have gone wrong for them, because I'm still very much myself. Trapped in this form, disgusting as it is.
Is he telling the truth?
You can inside him if you want.
You know, that seems like something Roland would do, because this seems a bit far-fetched.
All right. Well, he seems to be currently like he's embarrassed at his current look. Clearly, he's also somewhat in distress, and he doesn't show any signs of being lying to you, like whatever those might be in a quaggoth.
Well, this takes a few moments pausing.
I know it can be difficult here, but I'm sure with 3 of us, we can find our way out. This form does have some advantages, I suppose. So looks at the claws disdainfully.
We would need more than just the 3 of us.
He looks around and says, yes, if only there was anyone here we could trust.
She looks over to the dwarf and says, I once knew a dwarf that I would have trusted my life to. Perhaps this can be another one.
You know, perhaps.
Already counting me as part of your little group, then.
Well, I think you will quickly find that we are not popular friends due to, well, our hosts take particular dislike to us, and anyone who chooses to be around us in a friendly manner is taken under that as well. If we don't stick together, then we're just going to hurt other people by sticking with them.
Roland peers around and kind of looks out the bars for a moment. Frown on his face. This is certainly not what he had planned originally.
What had he planned? Not be captured?
Not getting captured was indeed. Yeah. Well,
I think that was everyone's plan here.
I mean, most of you didn't plan to encounter drow at all.
Exactly.
So, I suppose it's better than nothing else.
I fear we'll have to try to scavenge some food somewhere. My one ration will not feed all of us.
Peering around, there wouldn't have to be any moss or anything growing in the cave, is there? Or
there's some slime, but that's probably due to defecation more so than anything else. People have been there's a corner over here, sort of where nobody hangs out.
There is. Okay. Just curious as Roland kind of looks around if there's any kind of obvious fungal matter or something that actually I know that could be
it's a super crappy cave. The only fungi you see is this one, but he appears to be moving, tripping slightly, moving his little feet.
He's too cute to eat.
Oh.
He is under everyone's protection.
And you look at him. The dwarf looks at you, looks at him, and looks at you again with a "Do we have a problem?" sort of look.
Yeah, if he's moving, it's clearly fresh.
Yeah.
We should all get 4 rations right now.
Where would Roland choose to hang out, so to speak?
He's going to. The issue very much is the fact that there's not enough food for him. That's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't see any easy way he can gather food, even with his expertise down here. He doesn't see any easy way to get food.
No.
Admittedly, the drow themselves are probably experts as well at finding food down here, so it's understandable.
Probably.
He kind of looks around a bit. Initially, I think he will kind of just stay in this kind of corner bit here,
Right.
trying to keep
a little bit away from the
eye
2
on
others.
A little bit, yes.
Showing his distance. All right.
Keeping his back to the wall, wanting to be able to just keep a view of everyone at the same time in a way.
Would you and Sheep, would you two roll me a d20 plus 2?
Okay. Okay.
All right. In his time rolling in the cave, cleaning up Quaggoth poo, as the elves are made to do, he doesn't manage to find anything that is not horribly disgusting, really. Gesh, on the other hand, is actually put in the kitchen and set to cooking.
Ooh.
He is warned that if something is distasteful, he will be flogged, whipped, and maybe even they have a long silk rope. They throw you out from the top, basically, let you sort of swing and smash into the side of the cliff a few times before holding you up again. Beyond that, they also do whipping, or in last case, they feed you to the spiders. So it's a risky job, but also one that doesn't actually hurt that much to do.
Well, that's good.
In doing it, you have managed to find a sort of a piece of iron that was used to hold up a pot, and you actually managed to smuggle that back with you. It's about the size of an underarm and could be used as like an iron club or a piece of rebar.
Okay.
Yeah, that is something you have, an iron club. It's not even improvised, so used as a prop-up stuff. So I believe you are here, Valkyrie, now. Yeah?
I am. I'm here now.
Yes. Wonderful. Would you dump your token into this little cell for me?
I sure will.
Because I think now it's your time to arrive. So would you roll me a d10?
When
Sure.
did he arrive?
Well, he's going to arrive last anyway, but we'll see here anyway. Okay, that's fine. All right. So you are the last of this little cell to file in, being thrown into the cell as the gate is locked again.
I imagine since the halfling literally kind of just picked up by his neck.
Oh yeah,
just
like
just
throw him in there, probably falling and stumbling and such. As he sees this very valid group, there's a drow menacingly looking at him, a little surprised, but then narrowing his eyes, clearly considering you probably useless from the first look of it.
Right.
There's a humming frog person. There seems to be what looks like sort of like a slightly small, like a grandfather-looking personality sitting there, and he looks at you and he gives you like a slightly warm smile as he looks at you. You know, clearly like, oh, poor guy.
Right.
You know.
Right.
There's these two little deep gnomes, and they're just currently like hugging together, looking at you fearfully, and trying to make themselves look small. There's a couple of elves and a strange, hairy Quaggoth creature, slightly like a bear man with long claws and such.
Okay.
Most others are keeping their distance from him. There's a half-orc, clearly a warrior of some kind, pretty strong looking. Maybe discussing slightly with a similar looking elf, really. No, not elf, dwarf. There's a mushroom, a fearful mushroom. There's a dragon creature who's probably currently making some sort of bet about something with a deep gnome next to him. And then there's an orc who looks at you like your food.
Oh dear. Oh. Well.
Beyond that, Serilla and Roland, due to your lack of food, because Darendil will share with you, but as you have no real other way of getting it, all three of you will suffer a level of fatigue. Or exhaustion, as it were.
Which does what?
Which means you have disadvantage on ability checks.
Okay.
As you are starved.
So what does that, is that just where, so does that count for like skill checks, or is it just like flat abilities only?
Ability checks.
Okay.
It's gonna get worse unless you find a stable way of getting food, or if the drow decide to punish you further. Yeah. At first, none of the NPCs here really speak out, except for Rubido, who sort of looks at you, like gestures you over. We're here to make room for you where he was sitting.
Oh well. Not gonna shoot down that offer. Well, Reedon has to dust himself off. He just hit the floor pretty hard, but he's gonna go over and plop himself right beside him.
He looks at you and says something in a language that. What do you speak?
I speak Common, Halfling, Elfish, and Abyssal.
All right. He says something to you in a language that makes no sense, and then he gives you a smile that seems nice.
Right. I return the smile a bit awkwardly. I attempt to speak to him, because it could be that he can understand me, but I can't understand him. I just say hello.
In what language?
In common. I would.
He smiles and pats you on the back, and then he leans back and begins to tell a story in some language you don't understand. You can see from his gestures and such that it's a funny story, but again, you have no idea what any of it means.
Right. I feel like Reardon probably has the social knowledge to laugh when he sees the cues, so he'll try and
he'll play along,
enjoy it as much as he can. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. It seems like he is non-threatening enough for this guy to sort of open up to a little bit and talk to, and you know, he certainly is very talkative. Though again, I mean, his facial expression seems nice, but again, doesn't make any sense. None of it. To you.
Well, it's the only person in the cell that even looked twice at him, so he's gonna give him the time of day.
As for work, what they do actually is they put you in a leather harness and they put piles of heavy rocks on it and just make you walk up and down the stairs with them.
Oh, it seems like a fitting job for me.
Yeah. Beyond that, the quaggles, the big creatures keeping you captive here, sort of try to knock you out. It's this stairway here. They try to sort of push you against the railing out towards the spiders, where they sit down there, like clicking their mandibles, like grunting and laughing as they sort of knock you to knock you out over the side.
Right.
But the old Darrow will actually, like, maybe one time when you get too close, he'll reach out his hand, like, grab you, because he's set to do the same task. He'll sort of pull you back a little bit, like give you like a smile and say something before he's knocked down to the ground by the creatures who are angry that he ruined their fun.
Oh no, that's horrible. Well, as best as he can with rocks in his hand, you'll probably try and pick him up and help him out.
He again says something and dusts himself off a little bit and pats you on the back and seems nice enough, really. But yeah.
I wish I could understand him.
Would you roll me a d20 plus 3?
Sure.
All right. In your carrying rocks work, you have not managed to sneak anything away so far.
Right.
From the drow. You haven't been here for that long, and you don't really get close to anything that you could potentially steal.
Yeah, I am quite small, so it's hard to reach.
Generally, it seems like there's about sort of 5 tasks that they put you to. The elves are set to cleaning the Quaggoth caves. That's just them, and a few Quaggoths hanging out. The people who seem too weak to really do work are made to pick up and carry heavy rocks up and down the stairs. The people who the drow actually don't really mind too much are set to cooking. That would be like Gesh and Runt.
Okay.
And the people who seem like particularly strong are set to carry the water barrels because they're very heavy. And the rest are set to cleaning a lot of the different places, scrubbing floors and walls free of grime and such things.
Okay.
As you're on half rations, Gesh and Jimjar? Well, actually no, because we made Runt back down, so he just eats his own food, and you have your food too. One day, however, the little mushroom will have moved close enough to basically be next to Liem and Eldith, and it sort of sits there. Eldith sort of looks at him and says, "Is something wrong?" As the little creature just sort of makes like a strange like noise and spews out a little cloud of spore-like material in the air. Eldith breathes it, and Liam probably does too. And as he does, he begins to hear from the little mushroom a deep sobbing sound.
Help. There will be like a widening of eyes in alarm from Liam. He does not like this mushroom mind meld spore thing that's going on.
Please help me. I've lost. I can't find my way home. I'm scared.
Liem looks to Eldith.
She looks at it and says, "Don't be scared. We will help you."
We will.
She stumbles about and says, I'm hungry. I can't find my way home. She looks at him, a little bit lost, perhaps. She says, well, where is your home? I come from the Mushroom Conclave. It's far away, I think.
Liem shakes his head. Well, I have no idea where that is, sadly.
It's by the Neverlight Grove.
He shakes his head.
That's a little bit hopeful now that you've promised to help it.
I have promised nothing.
Probably sits down, flopping its little legs out as it thumps on the ground.
Well, how were you captured and why? You don't seem to be the typical slave labor. Whatever you are.
I was just out walking, but then suddenly I was taken. They put me in a bag and took me away.
That's certainly not much to go on.
No, but I couldn't see back then.
Well,
I'm not very big now, but in the future I'll grow big.
Oh.
well, if I mean you're hungry, he sort of looks around. What do you eat?
Well, just the soil and water.
Well, there might be delicious cave water from one of the walls or something. Is there?
Rubs up against it a little bit. There's a tiny bit, not a lot of water in here.
But soil. Has Liem seen any soil in this area?
Up here, it's very much like rocks and poo.
Yeah.
If anything,
I mean,
whatever grime comes is scrubbed off by the cleaning crew.
I don't think he eats poo, does he? Well, a
Probably
mushroom
not.
does, but I mean...
This guy probably not.
Yeah,
Of this mushroom.
Yeah. Besides, whatever the quaggoths leave, it's probably poisonous.
probably.
Yes, she walks around a little bit and says, my name is, well, people have names, so hops around a little bit. You can just call me Stool. That's what they called me when they took me.
Liem snorts. And says,
I was
"Oh,
trying to hide, but one of them sat on me.
Oh. Well,
He whips around. You can see a little dent in the top part.
ha!
Oh
Someone's
no.
really squished it.
Liem, you know, there's an involuntary grin on his face and says, "Alright, sure, Stool. We'll see what we can do. I'm not sure there is soil around here, but if you stick close, maybe we can somehow get out of here." He looks around.
What is your name?
I am Liem Zaragush.
I'm Eldritch Fredrin. She then just sort of flops down on his little mushroom butt and sits there. Thank you. I'll be close.
Nods. That's fine. Looks around. Looks over to Lady Serilla.
Uh-huh.
He sort of scoots over a little bit.
She like opens like her eye closest to you and raises an eyebrow as she does so and looks to you.
It's like, you know, he's scooted a little bit back, but a little bit closer to her.
Darendil looks over, the fierce sort of like clearly he's up for a fight if that's what you're looking for.
Serilla will put like a hand up, like it's fine.
Just, well, I hope he doesn't speak Elvish, because if he calls my bluff, I'm out of here. I can't stand blood.
She gives a very slight smile, trying to almost hide it, and says, "That's fine. I can speak something. I'm sure he can speak."
He nods slowly. Liem sees this conversation going. The Darendil creature, clearly not seeming very threatening when talking. Maybe a little bit awkward, if anything.
Mm-hmm. She'll scooch a little bit closer and like turns towards Liem.
Now, Liam has his face just overlooking the cave, looking at the others, but he will sort of speak sort of from the side of his mouth towards her,
Sure.
And he will say, "Well, greetings."
She smiles and says, "Well, I'm glad that you at least speak the common tongue."
Liam snorts. Looks at her and says, "Yes, well, I might have been born into an orc camp, but I was not raised there much."
She nods.
Looks up and down. Sort of, he shifts a little bit. So he doesn't. He seems to be struggling for words. Maybe he doesn't know exactly how to speak to someone of Lady Serilla's like obvious noble standing.
Oh yeah. It's even with her like fatigue, she's trying her best. It's obvious almost now. I imagine when she started feeling a bit run down, she didn't quite seem like she was trying hard, but I guarantee you at this point it is. She'll smile and say, "You can take your time." Looks around, says, "I think I have some time."
Looks around the cave suspiciously and says, "Well, of all the newcomers in the cave, you seem to be the least duplicitous."
She kind of smirks and says, "I think that sounded like a compliment."
"I am trying to analyze my situation. This is the first time I've been imprisoned in, well, these circumstances. As far as I understand it, you work in the Quaggoth cave."
She kind of grimaces and says, "Yes, it would seem that drow dislike my kind. For
Smiles slightly.
obvious reasons."
"I think the drow dislike everyone, but as far as I understand it, elves and drow do not see eye to eye much."
She shakes her head. Says, "No."
I'm no historian, I've just heard some old stories.
She nods and says, "Well, they have myself and my fellow elf cleaning their cave."
He nods. Looks over to Darendil and whispers, how did you befriend the monster?"
There's a saying that is, you do not judge a book by its cover. I judged him by
his huge claws.
He's currently picking his teeth with one.
I judged him by his manner and he could do with some help, at least.
And you speak Elvish with him.
She nods.
He frowns, so he's much smarter than the others. Is that why he is in here?
She shrugs and says, I think he's a lot more different than it would appear. How? I'm not sure he knows.
Liem grunts slightly. Looks around. Says, alright. Well, I just wanted to say that it's good that we have more people from the surface. There's a lot of creatures down here I am not familiar with.
She nods and says, I think, kind of looks over to the north up here and says, he looks like a halfling, although I don't think I've seen one so beaten and malnourished.
Looks over. He seems to be enjoying himself. I get some laugh at the old man's stories.
He's speaking Dwarven.
Oh.
You sort of hear it distantly, though he's not speaking loud enough for it to go out to everyone. You can hear a word here and there.
Could
Like,
roll.
And then he said, when you went, you know what he said? He sort of pokes him. Says, he said that he would not take it for 3 gold pieces. Well, let me tell you what I did. He has been talking nonstop almost.
Could
Reorders it. You're like,
to reorder over there. It's probably become more like a friendly sounding drone at this point.
For Roland, has he been able to listen in then from his position?
Sure.
Roland's
Booby-Doo
language.
seems to tell stories of his home and his travels mostly. He seems to be a well-traveled generally, and seems to be coming from a place called Crackslog, a Dwargar city where his people once were slaves, but it's a long time ago, and his grandfather doesn't even remember it. But since then, the adventures that have happened there. He keeps talking about it like an underground, and running in the sewer with all sorts of things, and then his wife would make him some good old bread like you've never seen, and he's very excited about all of these stories, and he loves talking. He's also asking Riordan a lot of questions, giving sort of a weighted period where maybe Riordan sometimes gives a laugh or something, a nod, or looks sad if it sounds sad, and that seems to be fine. Bubido doesn't seem to at this point expect any answers. He just pats him on the back or ruffles his hair and keeps talking.
After a while, he'll end up finding Roland basically come around the corner and start to just approach towards the two. The smallest of high elves moving closer.
Sure. Well, we'll do that after the conversation with Serilla Liem.
Sure.
Well, Liam will look over to her and basically say, I think we should get out of here.
She nods and says, I think so too. But I think we're going to need a little bit more muscle. Kind of looks over towards Gesh and Ront and says, those two seem to have squabbled, but Gesh seemed to have, or the Dragonborn seemed to have come off. Bet, yes, little one?
The gnome sort of walks over with a swagger and gives you a bow. It says, assuming you two speak in common.
Yeah.
Says, excuse me, but I couldn't help but hear that you two seem to be communicating in a language I can understand. I am Jimjar, and I must say that I have a strange favor to ask. So looks at that and says, I've seen you lacking food for a while, and I would give you a whole ration tomorrow if you would but hug this Half-Orc. Zaragush will smile, looking at the Gesh walking up behind him.
Looks over to him, snorts, and says, "Are you drunk?"
This man says, I wish, but there's sadly nothing in here that could help that. I made a bet. My friend here, he sort of gestures back to Gesh and says, suggested it, and I could not take him down on it. So, what do you say? A simple hug to win a friend and a meal?
Or if you would rather avoid the awkward situation that would cause, you can simply not hug and still get the ration.
Oh.
So he says, however, I
Smile.
suppose they would be lacking a friend then, wouldn't they?
Or gain
but-
one.
But being a friend does not need physical contact, especially in an environment so filthy as this one.
She looks over and says, now hear you. She looks to the two of you and says, I mean, come on, really. This place does need some contact, doesn't it? We can't all be so standoffish.
Serilla will put like
Liem looks at him as sort of a, like, just go back to your corner. Like this is the stupidest thing he has heard in weeks.
Gestures to the lady who seems gaunt and hungry.
she'll put up a hand and say 2 rations.
She looks to Gesh, frowning.
Gesh looks back.
Liam looks over
Frowning too.
and says, "Wait, I haven't agreed to anything." As he sort of...
As Jim just seems to look at Gesh to see if he's willing to up that much.
Gesh sort of, instead of answering with any gesture whatsoever, raises an eyebrow to dare Jimja to accept the bet with 2 rations.
So one says, 2 rations.
She smiles and says, so you would give 2 rations just for a simple hug?
And says, well, for him, obviously.
Liam looks absolutely scandalized at this point. I am not some piece of meat that can be traded around for food.
Serilla
Just shrugs.
will smile and then go to grab Liam's hands, still staying seated. And while still looking at Jimjar, go, you see, I am an elf, and in my culture, when you don't know someone, you hug through just simply grasping their hand.
Yeah, Jimjar nods rigorously and says, yes, that's correct. She look over to Gesh.
Frowns. Well, you see, in my culture, if you grasp hands, then a hug is impossible.
Frown says, well, Lady Elf, I think you would agree that this counts as a hug, doesn't it? Looks to she says, besides, that's not the point. The point is that they agreed to do it.
Liam's like, I have actually not.
He sort of sniffs his hands and like,
Gesh nods with a sort of slightly defeated expression, but still a sort of half smile on his face as he does like a tiny bow of concession, as he says. You have a point, Jimjar.
yes, I do. And he points to it. Says, tomorrow, 2 rations. Looks to Gesh, says, we will both go hungry, I think. And then he walks over to go back and hang out as he gives you 2 a wave.
As Gesh will also walk away in an exaggeratedly defeated fashion, he'll sort of wink to Serilla and mouth, "You're welcome."
Serilla, as Gesh actually starts moving away and looks back, she'll kind of gesture for him to just stay a minute.
Liam looks
Well,
down
Stay a while.
in his big hands where
He'll pause
Serilla is putting her hands like, I think you can let go now, I guess.
She'll like pat the
It's-
back of his hand and let go.
Just like blushing a little bit.
she'll like gesture Gesh to come just a little bit closer.
Right.
And she'll say, "You see, I wanted to talk to you as well. You seem to be able to handle yourself."
Well, I think that might be an exaggeration, as the end result to whatever awaits us here still hasn't changed. But I thank you for the compliment.
You handled Ront fairly well. I saw it.
Well, I do believe that was more luck than skill on my part.
Oh, I don't know. He seemed to shirk from you like a frightened kitten.
Let us just hope he continues to do so.
Nods.
Serilla will smile. And she'll say, "That would bring me on to my next topic. You see, I, for one, cannot stay here much longer without expiring. And I, for one, do not want to expire. As I'm sure you can all understand. I'm sure we can hatch some sort of scheme."
Gash sort of slightly tilts his head with a confused expression. You weren't planning already? That seems like an odd choice on your part.
She shakes her head and says, "Oh no, I was planning when I woke up. But now that there seems to be enough strings to pull on, members, I mean, from the surface, not these cave dwellers, I suppose."
Eldith, overhearing this, slightly nods.
Liem looks over, frowns at him.
No,
Eldith, the
Eldith.
dwarf.
Oh, Eldith, sorry. I mixed them up.
That's understandable.
She'll look over to Roland and Riordan and say, "I think if we are going to try this, we could do with all the bodies we can convince. The halfling could even be of some use. His small stature would get him in places that none of us would fit."
Nods. Yes, we should try to approach them at some point.
She nods and
Looks-
says,
I am Liem, by the way. Liem Zaragush.
Gash
She's-
bows slightly, says, I'm Gash. That should suffice.
she'll smile and say, "My name's Serilla. You can learn more about that when we get out of here." She looks over to Roland and Riordan and says, "Well, I for one am not waiting, so if you would excuse me."
Meanwhile, though,
Yeah, I mean, well, they've been talking.
Yeah.
well, let's come over here. To here. Just, you wouldn't believe it, but I once saw the sunset. It is high above, scaldingly hot. I understand you probably have seen it a few times, being from the surface, from the smell of it. So it looks at Riordan, who probably reacts by nodding or something.
Yeah. Sure.
Says, "Oh, it was a beautiful and terrifying sight, but we have similar things. I will show you one day." So he says, "Once we get out of here." He looks at the door, smiles slightly. Says, "You see, we have something called the Deep Stars. There's a lake, a big lake, somewhat, away from here anyway. But if you look into it, you can see lights down there. Sometimes they move a little bit, but mostly they stay the same. I'll show you one day. It is beautiful and remarkable. Perhaps you will never want to return to the surface." So smiles slightly and says, "Well, if you ever will." She looks over to
Moving
Roland.
lights.
Just,
He says it in Dwarven.
looks over and says, well, sit down, join our conversation. We were just having a bit of a talk of the old days." He smiles. Would you believe it? This little one is, well, probably from the surface. Looks at him.
Where are you from, Halfling? In common.
Oh gosh, someone I can understand. Hi, lad. I'm Reardon. I am from the surface. Why got you in here with me? I don't even know what happened.
Drow happened.
Yes, I do remember drow. I also remember getting thrown on my face a few minutes ago. Not very nice, are they?
He nods lightly, letting out a slightly lethargic yawn. After all, Ron doesn't quite need maybe quite as much food as Lady Serilla. He still hasn't eaten enough, and he's getting he's got a bit tired from it. He will try though to ease the same conversation. He tried to basically translate a little bit back and forth, since he knows both languages. It's not too bad for him.
Speaks very fast and generally also a little bit rambling. But yeah, you can certainly sit down and talk. You will have there will be no exhausting this one's words.
He will, however, look towards the rambling man. As it is.
He hasn't begun talking yet. He's looking at you two like a little bit like, oh, he's a little sad that he can't understand what's going on.
Oh yeah, I'm translating or trying to for him.
Could you say one thing to him, my new elf friend? Could you say thanks? So that's all I require you to tell him.
In Dwarven. The halfling says thanks for the stories.
He smiles. It's my pleasure. I'm just happy that someone is really willing to listen.
He says it's his
that's once when I was back home, I had information, but you wouldn't believe. And then he begins to tell you a story of how he was delivering. He was a courier, and how he delivered messages. But sometimes people are just too busy to listen. And then that usually, in these stories at least he tells, ends with them being sort of hilariously let down because they didn't have the information that he was going to give to them.
I think now that I can actually listen, everything can actually listen to his stories. He's probably enjoying them now.
As Roland's kind of idly translating as he listens.
But it's hard for him to.
It's mostly paraphrasing because he is speaking. The man is speaking quite quickly, so he's mostly paraphrasing the story.
Yes.
But,
With all the noise, Shusha opens a single eye and stops looking. As she stands up, gently walks a little bit further away before sitting back down again.
Reardon kind of looks at him and mutters, "Oh, sorry there," as he walks away.
He mumbles, "Don't worry about it."
Do you know anything about him?
Me? No. The only person I have talked to, aside from you, is our good friend here, who I couldn't really understand for a while.
In Dwarven, I'll ask the same question of, do you know anything about that thing?
That he looks over. This is here. I tried to speak to him. He's a good listener too. He's called Shusha, one of the Koatoa. Do you know of the Koatoa?
Would I?
Maybe you've heard of them, but now you at least have. Because he begins talking about how on the big lake there are Koatoa who sail boats that they've made, and they trade, but usually just like shellfish and stuff. But this one time, one of them had a gem the size of my fist. He says as he begins to tell the story of that gem and how it sort of it would take like 3 books to tell this tale, because it is a tale of rogues and danger in an underdark city. Of how the Darrow daringly sort of smuggled it from the local Dwergar to claim it as their own, because Dwergar back then were not, or Darrow were not allowed to have property.
Reardon just kind of looks at him and says, "You seem to share an appreciation of stories just like I."
I have not got a lot better to do. Darrow, what would your name be then?
Call me Bubito. That's what my friends call me.
Bubito it is then. I, for one, my name is Reardon. Reardon Heartspark.
My pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
Just
Now,
simply call me.
have you
just
two
simply call
thought
me
about
Roland.
maybe making a story? Yes, have you ever wanted to be in one?
Perhaps a story of escape?
Oh, that sounds like a good story. I
Well,
can
if I
certainly
were to
pen one
tell
if you
it,
want.
it would probably start with, so looks around us, a group of people getting together.
Quite. It does seem like quite the gathering over there.
I kind of looks over. Well, the elf over there's not too bad.
The more the merrier, as I always say. Maybe it might.
Maybe this point is when Haldamir's character is walking over towards us.
Yes.
Would be perfect timing.
He'd probably draw attention to it as Cerilla's walking over.
Sure.
Oh, Serilla. Kind of tilts his head back.
She smiles, and as she is walking over, she says hello to Roland in Elvish, then looks over to Bopedo and says hello in Dwarvish, and then looks to Riordan and says in Common.
Hello. I don't believe we've met. I am Bopedo. How can I help you?
She smiles, says back, my name's Serilla, and in fact I came to talk to the little one.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry then. I should have moved a little away.
She puts up like a hand.
Down a little bit. He's not invited to the conversation. He understands.
She puts up like an apologetic hand and says, "But I'd love to hear one of your stories later."
I'll make it the best one. Well, one of them.
Are you
She
informing me you've
smiles.
been keeping the best ones back?
One of our escape. Just with a glint in his eye.
She nods, and then she looks to poor Riordan that more than likely doesn't understand any of that. Although, might have heard the Elvish. Do you speak Elvish?
I do speak Elvish.
Oh.
I'm
But
having
I
a
am
conversation in Elvish.
I will. I will. Riordan trots over, barely reaching up to your hip, and sticks out a hand and says in Elvish, "Good day to you, young lass. I am Riordan."
She kind of kneels down. Well, not kneels down, but kind of crouches slightly. Puts out a hand and says, in Elvish, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I didn't know that halflings spoke Elvish."
Well, I know a few tricks.
She smiles and says, "Good, then you're just the person that I think we need."
Need for what exactly?
Why, our escape, of course.
Oh, naturally. Okay. Sounds like a good as fun as any to me.
Hatching plans over there, were you? He looks up from his seated position.
She smiles and says, "You know, my entire position before this involved scheming almost constantly. It's in my blood." She gives a bit of a wink. As tired as she is.
Yes.
But both the elves look incredibly lethargic.
Yeah. And then she looks back to Riordan and says, "I have a feeling that any chance we have, we may need your talents."
Well, whatever I can do to help, I'll do it.
She smiles and says, "Well, when it happens, just stay behind the big guys."
Sure. I know my bit. I know where to go.
She smiles and says, "And if we do get out of here, then any harm that comes to you, I can repair."
Ah, that's good to know. Why thank you.
She nods and says, "Okay."
So, since you have been planning over there, maybe we should rejoin your other friends.
She nods and says, I think that could be beneficial.
Reardon kind of shuffles along, up beside Serilla. Stands
Roll-
by her side.
Roland very tiredly starts climbing to his feet.
Reardon
Cyril,
gives kind of
help.
a passing wave back to Bufido. A smile.
Nope, are we going somewhere?
She smiles and says, just over to have a chat. I think you would enjoy the little mushroom friend. I'll come through the story later.
Right, I suppose I'll be here if anyone needs me. He looks to the two deep now. So basically, clinging to the wall and just shoo-shar as he frowns a little bit. There's no one's around him to listen.
Oh. I feel so incredibly bad right now.
I know.
Roland doesn't.
The drow, his eyes going directly to the little gathering in the corner, as he's just sitting there in the gloom.
Roland's occasionally following, looks back at him, trying to figure out what exactly his plans are. Is he planning to stop us?
He's just watching. His face very neutral.
Serilla will do the same. She's noticed him watching. But she'll make her way over as quickly as her very tired legs will take her.
Roland immediately going over and pushing himself into the corner to lean against it.
Yeah. Serilla will kind of get here and then sit down.
I think I'll just Reardon probably plop in between basically everyone. He's small enough, everybody can see him where he is.
Well,
Everyone look over his head.
as the group sort of gathers suddenly, Gesh will look concerned for a moment, straightening up a bit in tension as he sort of, without turning towards the just arrivers, sort of whisper, it might not be a good idea to gather up like that. There will be those among the people here who will tell on us for favors. As he nods shortly and sort of starts walking off.
Walking over, he turns, he sees Runt's glinting little black eyes looking at the group. He's his mouth hanging slightly open, contemplating. You certainly have made, everyone's attention is on you in here. That's half the people gathered up.
Yeah, Gesh will sort of pretend to be a little bit disgusted about this. And
Liem nods at Gesh as he leaves and then looks to Lady Serilla and says, well, this is brazen.
She nods and says, they're gonna beat me no matter what.
Yes, but not me no matter what, so thank you, I suppose.
She smiles and says,
You're welcome.
He snorts, elves.
So Serilla will smile and says, well, hopefully soon enough we won't have to worry about them.
Looks back and forth. Well, if we are getting out of here, it might be good to know what we have to work with. Do any of you have any skills or good at anything?
Well, I did come at least somewhat prepared when it came to this. If we actually get out of here, at least I know how to find some food down here in this decrepit place. Water as well. It's not actually as difficult as you'd think.
Not.
Other than that, if I wasn't in this cell, I'd really wanted to blast some of them with a small ball of fire, if you don't mind. But Roland's sounding a little bit annoyed at this point. This is not what
Liam looks at the elven princeling.
He's not particularly happy with this.
I suppose there's a piece of rebar weirdly next to Liam.
Oh no, he's like that moves, to pocket it or put it, like well.
Before being surprised by its presence,
Yeah.
he takes it.
looks over to looks around to see like what did this come from, and then like quickly getting it.
Gesh leaving.
Yeah, as you look around, Gash would probably look your way and just mouth "You're welcome."
He,
I thought this was going to come.
he gets a look of surprise from Liam, but a firm nod.
That's trust right there.
Mm-hmm. No, he
Giving someone the beating club. That's
finally.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, orc. It's time.
no. Liam is like God.
Time's up. You gave the fire to the weapon. Do you want me to snap the neck of the drow? I can go and do it.
I think that will come in time. But
All right.
yeah. Serilla will say, will look towards Roland and then back to Liam and say, once I'm out of this cave, I too will have ability. Other than just magic, I did train with rangers my life.
He nods. So, ranger. That's good. Looks over.
I'm certainly not a bad shot either myself. I know how to make it hurt.
Raiden kind of hops up and down because everyone's kind of putting attention over his head.
All right. Liam will look down and says, "Yes, little one."
Well, I do know my way about magic and song, so most of my skills seem to be for the benefit of others, but I can certainly help.
Liam looks a bit surprised and says, "A bard, really?"
Well, if you didn't think I was, then I must be doing something right.
He scratched the back of his head, I suppose. We had a bard in the company once. He died, but that was one of the most. He sort of grunts. You can tell the difference between a minstrel and a bard. I mean, it's and then he sort of looks at the others and realizes that maybe this is not the time to to regale them of old stories from his mercenary life. And then one says, "Well, that is good then. I myself am of the Spiral Vanguard mercenary company. I might not have some of your skills in sneaking or whatever, but I can fight."
Serilla will smile and says, "Did any in the Spiral Vanguard happen to be any life clerics?"
He seems to think, "No, not really. We usually hire acolytes or make donations to temples when we need it. The Spiral Vanguard is, well, I won't bore you, but it is a knighthood or fraternity, I suppose, of Eldritch knights. An old tradition held up by our leader, the Erevan Nodalis, known as the Spider. I don't know, maybe you've heard of him. He's quite famous old war hero in elven circles, I think." He sort of scratches the back of his head.
Eldith nods. She knows of him. She was there. She lives in Godgrim. Well, lived.
Would Serilla know?
I mean, probably not. But you could probably do a history check to see if that's something you would know anything about.
It feels weird to have my ex character be a history check.
Yes.
Yeah.
Since Raiden is hearing this, he would probably do a check as well, just to see what he knows. History.
All right. Well, both Reardon and Serilla would know of this mercenary company. You know, they're a mercenary company, generally thought of as sort of good guy mercenaries. They don't just, murder babies if paid to. But they are a small company and not of great they don't do great tasks. They're seen by some, probably in the elven community, as like somewhat of a relic of a greater time. But they're worth keeping around because, well, I mean, they do some good, and they're a living piece of history.
Okay.
Serilla will nod and say, well, I am glad that someone of the Vanguard is with us.
You certainly seem like someone that we can trust.
Roland, who did not succeed at that joke, just kind of looks suspiciously, shrugging a little bit.
Liem smiles a slight bit and says, "Yes, I am aware that my heritage and our surroundings here might not paint me in the most trustworthy of light, but I can only reassure you that I bear you no ill intent, and if you plan to escape, I will certainly do my utmost to help."
Reardon nods and says, I wouldn't expect any less.
Nods.
Serilla will look to Eldeth and say in Dwarvish, or ask in Dwarvish, would you by chance be a shield dwarf?
She nods. Says, yes. I was a scout in Gauntlet.
She nods and says, I don't suppose you would know Morista Malkin?
Says Malkin. I know of the clan, but I don't think I know the individual.
She
However, with just that knowledge, it seems like you've had some working with us, yes? She looks at this. I was deployed at the outskirts of the battle when we retook the keep, the fortress, but I don't recall you being there.
She shakes her head and says, no, I knew a shield dwarf, a member of the Emerald Enclave, in fact. She supposedly went to Gauntlgrim, whether during the taking or after, I'm not sure.
And says, many came when the king called, as they should. Says, we're strongest together, and we managed to take it back. I see no reason why we shouldn't stick together continuously. If we make it there, I can show you where they live.
She nods and smiles and says that would be good. Be nice to see an old friend.
And says, I'm sure I'm missing. I was going to report on some strange activities. Some traders had seemingly gone mad and began, eating each other. I never managed to get out, though, due to the mist, splitting me up from my group.
Kind of frowns. And says that doesn't seem like a great circumstance to be in.
She can just, no, this is not quite the place I would have chosen. Then again, I suppose they're drow enough, close enough. If we can, sort of looks to Liem and the piece of rebar, find a little more of these sorts of things, then we might just have a chance to make it out of here.
Liem nods. Yes, we need to find tools and things we can use.
In that respect, she sort of looks to the two elves. I don't think you two should strain yourselves too much. You don't really seem to be given tasks that, well, she frowns slightly. She's clearly sympathetic. Says it's not the best position to be in for trying to sneak anything back home. Not that I'm personally particularly sort of good at sneaky sort of things.
Normally I would be, but you're right. The cave is not really... There's not a lot there.
Liem shakes his head. Neither am I. I am used to fighting straight up, not sneaking around.
If we only could get the people who are good at that sort of thing put in the jobs where they might have access to something useful.
Looks over to
At
the
least
elves.
information?
Frowning. Looks over to the Orden.
he kind of looks up and says, "Well, I do have a way with words. I could certainly convince someone to switch us around."
He frowns. I would be very careful when you speak to those creatures. From what I have seen, from the time I've been here, they are not friendly. And they seem to delight in suffering and torture.
Right.
If we could find something I could use the lockpick, that would be a good start.
Frowns. What would that be?
Small pieces of metal kind of gives a little bit of a kind of gives a small indication. Kind of basically makes like gesture with its hands to kind of show, the kind of dimensions of things.
Would the bones do?
Thin enough bones might.
He nods. I will have a talk with Gesh. I think he works in the kitchen.
If I can make a workable set of lockpicks, then that's a good start for us.
Nods. I will pass it along.
I suppose Serilla dumps her 5 foot of silken rope.
Oh, where did that come from?
Just throw it out. No.
Where did you hide it? She won't tell.
She'd like
things real hides that you will hate.
Yeah. She'd like pull like an end of the rope out from behind like her shirt, I guess.
Like
And then she'd say, I have a few feet, maybe a bit more of this.
Nods. I have a gold coin and the rebar.
Rear kind of looks down and frowns at the ground and says, I don't really seem to be put in a job that I can get anything from. I'm sorry, I don't have anything.
You've only just gotten here.
You're out with the group!
Yeah.
No! He knows it as well. You say that you are a bard. Perhaps if you show some ability to sing or perform, they would perhaps put you in to entertain them, or the guards. Maybe that could give you more access. Although that would certainly put more attention on you and make it, more dangerous. I imagine if you fail, the punishment would be quite gruesome.
I know how to deal with attention. I make attention.
Nods. Well, it seems we sort of have something to do, all of us. We should perhaps spend the next work shift to try to, see if we can get anything.
Serilla will nod and say, I think we can do something.
Nods.
Yes, I'll give it a good shot.
Good luck.
If you hear me screaming, I'm okay.
He sort of looks at Riordan and says, I don't know if you can communicate with the small guys up there. Sort of indicates the deep gnomes up there. But they seem to be afraid of everyone, and you are seemingly the least threatening and most friendly looking. Maybe you could try to talk to them.
I could certainly try. I've never met someone that couldn't warm up to me.
Nods. Yes. You have been talking to the old man quite a bit.
Well, listening mostly, but yes.
Well, good luck. And then Liem will sort of, sit back, resting against the wall here, but trying to catch the eye of Gesh at some point during the.
Well,
Right.
once the gathering is dissolved, Gesh would probably have his eyes caught.
Mm-hmm. And then he will sort of hiss low under his breath that if you work in the kitchen, right?
Cash nods.
It seems like Roland up there, the punchable elf, is something of a thief or burglar. If you can get some, I don't know, fish bones or metal pieces, you might be able to forge them into some sort of lockpicks.
Gash contemplates for a moment, and then nods shortly before turning away with a sort of gesture, saying it might be best if we don't talk to each other too much.
Rond is basically salivating looking at all this. People
Yeah.
doing all these things.
Gash sort of gestures towards Rond, more or less trying to make that subtle.
Liem sizes up Ront.
Looks like a fully grown orc.
Mm-hmm.
Gash does whisper to Liam, "Let me try to deal with him first."
Alright, if he becomes any trouble, give me a sign and I'll teach him a lesson.
Raiden's gonna try his hand at introducing himself to his two gnomes up the top right here.
Huh.
He's gonna see what they're doing as he approaches. He doesn't want to scare them. He's gonna stand just a bit of a ways and see what they're doing
Hang on.
first before.
On the bright
They're
side,
just
you're
sort of
four of them.
sitting there, they're huddled together.
Yes.
They're following him with their eyes in unison.
Right. So he'll start off a common because why not? So he'll kind of walk over and put up a hand in a friendly greeting and just say hello and see how they react first of all.
They one of them, Turvey, says some words in language you don't understand.
Oh dear. Right. Reardon scratches his head.
Seems to challenge you somewhat.
Challenge me.
Standing up and shielding the other one.
Right. So Reardon's gonna, put up his two hands in a kind of a gesture to say, I come in peace. I'm not gonna hurt you or anything.
You seem not really to know what that would mean.
Right.
As the little raises a hand and like points at you, a little hand trembling as he begins to mumble, looking around the room as the other one sort of stands up as well.
Right. I think this isn't a good situation for him to stay in. He might get these guys in trouble. So for now, he can't understand them. He can't really communicate with them, but maybe someone else can. So he's gonna go over to Serilla and Pupido for a moment. He's gonna ask Serilla to kindly translate for him if she could, and ask Pupido if he understands them.
Well, he looks sort of nods in the middle of a story, though he seems a little bit. I mean, Serilla will have to translate, of course. So when she does, she'll get the answer that yes, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Raiden's gonna ask him
God, it's
for
going
his
to be a
assistance
translation train.
in in talking to these guys, if he wouldn't mind.
Looks to Serilla, and sort of looks to Riordan and says, "Well, I suppose they have never really seemed very friendly to talk to me. Really, they just seemed to move away whenever I began talking. I've left them alone. They didn't seem like they wanted company."
That is true, but there may be a reason for that. They might be scared.
I imagine so. They were in a drow prison. That is pretty scary, isn't it?
Yes, of course it is. So, would you think it might be a good idea to try and ease them a bit?
This conversation about going through Serilla both ways.
Yes.
Yeah. She's like holding her head now.
It's taken quite a long time to
Struggling.
actually talk in this manner.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's probably gonna have to connotate his sentences. be like, go over here.
I'm sure Serilla can't even think of the word myself. Shortens the sentences.
Paraphrases, yeah.
Paraphrases, that's the one.
All right. Oh.
As you're doing this train of translation, behind you steps another one, walking very lightly. In Elven, perhaps I might be of assistance.
She frowns
Drow
heavily.
standing there.
It's a trap!
Yeah.
With your slight smirk, it says, I am proficient in both Elven and the tongue of Undercommon. This might be just the sort of thing you might need me for. Just, if I am to join your little conspiracy, I assume I might make myself useful in such a way.
Serilla will kind of step forward slightly, almost putting Riordan behind her.
Can't help but sneer as he looks at her.
She can't help it either, and says, "And why would we need your help? You are just another one of them."
And says, I assume you plan to escape. There's not much else you would plan from here. I had similar thoughts myself, and I can tell you as much as this. If you were to escape here, there's no one else here who could show you the way through the caverns outside this place.
She smirks and says, "I would disagree with that."
And shrugs and says, well, if you don't believe it, then you can try for yourselves. The fact is, I'm going to escape when you do. As I have no interest in staying here, It is disdainful for me to work with such as you. I suppose it won't get any better. For now, allow me simply to translate little one to the other two, should you require it.
Riordan kind of frowns a bit, puts his hand on his chin, thinking. And says, well, I definitely could use your help, but as long as you don't expect anything from me, then that is fine for me.
I think, as it were, we are all in the ship together. If it sinks, we all go down.
Yes. Great metaphor you got there. All right, well, it's
Looks over to the two. They like press themselves against the wall, like almost hissing.
right. So, Riordan, try again. He'll say hello. But we'll also append that and say, don't worry, I'm only here to talk to you for a moment.
As to translate their answer being, go away, high folk. We have no interest in your kind.
We're gonna kind of
Says a few more words and they stiffen. He says, I believe they will listen now.
What is it that you said to them?
I told them that I was speaking for you.
Right. Okay. Well, Riordan's going to ask them. He's going to say, what is it that you two are so frightened of here, other than the obvious case?
They say that they are imprisoned here and that all they wish to do, they do not care what happens to anyone, they just want out of here. They will work with whoever needs to be to get out of here. They say that they have terrible few skills that can help them, being just two simple gnomes.
Right. Riordan will say, I've got my fair share of my skills being called simple. I'm pretty sure that you two will be most useful. What exactly can you do?
Stay hidden and stay hidden. And he adds for himself, evidently they are not so good at it since they are here.
Well, yes, well, you can leave those unwanted comments to yourself. But
He sort of smiles slightly, as if he would want to punch your face in.
yeah, well, Raiden will say to the two, I'll certainly call on you when I have need of your skills. But for now, doesn't seem like there's anything I can ask you to do.
Seriously, release it, and they just nod. She looks down and says, I believe I've been a gracious aid in this, no?
Raiden replies in Elvish this time and says, don't count yourself on my good graces yet.
He smiles slightly and says, oh, doing such a thing would be foolish. I understand too well that you cannot trust people you've known your entire life. It was a little bitter on the last one.
Oh, it certainly sounds like it. Well, Raiden's going to leave these two with a goodbye, and he might pop over to Babito and just have a sit by him. As I'm no doubt he's probably going to resume his
Oh yeah,
stories.
someone's there. With all those talks having occurred, days will come and go. You said you wanted someone to try to acquire something while doing the job.
Oh yes, most definitely.
Right. You know the jobs are cleaning crew. There's cleaning the Quaggoth caves. There's carrying heavy things, and there is cooking.
For the cooking, you mentioned that Rond is also cooking?
Yes, they don't seem to have too much of a bother with him since if he's behind. Like, he's entertained them plenty. At first he was carrying heavy things, but now he gets to cook. He's terrible at it, but they seem to enjoy that he bullies whoever else is there.
Okay, that's what I need to know. He's a terrible cook. That is good.
Oh yeah, horrendous. He doesn't really cook. He more seems to bully whoever is there with him. Though with you, he just sort of grunts and like chops some cave carrot or something.
So
he seems to have somewhat of respect for you, though he doesn't seem to want to show you too much.
I do have a couple of things I'd like to do. But I don't know if I'm interrupting something right now or not. Like, as in, do you have an order or something?
No.
Okay, I want to do two things. First of all, Gesh, while doing the cookings, probably has some time to talk to Rond, since they are sort of in the same job. He would like to talk to him and make him believe that using some of these spices that surely he can smuggle out of the kitchen, he can make his one ration taste so much better. But all Rond has to do is give up the second ration he'd normally take. So essentially, Gesh wants to make Rond believe that Gesh is the most amazing cook in this entire world, and he can make that one ration so much better than two rations.
Well, let's see if you can lie to him enough.
All right, let's bullshit. Oh God, no.
Well, his insight is
moron.
probably not great.
Yeah. He's a fucking idiot. He's got to be, right?
And you've been nice to him, so maybe you have
stares at
advantage
you for a
on it.
little bit,
Maybe.
and says, "I'll eat it first, and then decide."
Okay, that's good enough.
All right.
Time to roll that culinary skill that you.
Yeah, because there are
you got
actually drow
proficient
in here watching you. They don't want you to spit in their food or something.
No, Gesh does need to smuggle out some spices, though. Although if that doesn't work, he might just bullshit again. Well, Gesh would definitely like to steal some of the food ingredients.
Sure.
Ideally, of course, an entire ration somehow, but it's unlikely to.
Well,
work.
what is he trying to steal? It'll depend on how big and cumbersome that is.
Uh,
And he only has his rags.
ideally, like maybe a carrot, some like a handful of spices of some description.
Uh-huh.
That shouldn't be too difficult.
Right.
Nope, that's the wrong button. That's not the ability I need right now.
Oh.
I
My
see
power.
eternity!
This carrot.
Oh god, no.
That's a 10. It's perfect
Well,
average.
that it seems you sneak that past both the drow and the Quaggoths. None of the particularly well equipped. The normal drow here seem to just be wearing chain shirts, while the elites seem very heavily equipped. Maybe they are more perceptive. These drow seem bored with the task of looking at you cooking. They don't notice you take a carrot and some spices.
Okay. Those things.
The carrot cannot be used as a weapon.
Aw. My plan ruined.
You can stab someone with the carrot. You just need to.
One shot.
Yeah. So,
The throat.
I mean, ideally, I'd like to steal more stuff, but I think I'll wait
Does
for another
anyone
day.
else want to try to grab something or steal something?
Actually, I have a question.
Yeah.
So, up in the cave with the Quaggoths, I presume they're eating something like meat, right?
Oh, they're eating whatever the drow leave from their food. Scraps and just bodies of rotting animals that have been there.
Perfect. In which case, would it be possible to try and get the better idea of scavenging bones, perhaps, to make lockpicks?
You could try. They would probably be very mean to you if they saw you trying to back, though.
I mean, you're cleaning up the caves. You're probably carrying out a lot of crap
Yeah, that's
and,
what
and bones and stuff. So you can probably just.
I mean, it's not really as much cleaning out as it's just being pushed around in it. They actually don't care about cleaning it. It's just to make you feel bad. Like, you don't get into any water or anything.
Yeah, no. We're just told to waddle around in the excrement.
Run around in the excrement. Bathe in
Yeah.
it, jump in it, make your pretty hair all grimy. Have no food. That's what they do. But you can certainly try. Yeah.
Sure. Is it just like a sleight of hand check here, or?
Sure, that could work. To break off like a piece of bone.
All right. I don't really. I mean, it's not bad. I have a +3. It's not great. But it's not bad.
They'll use their passive perception.
I presume +3 is pretty good, actually. Wow.
Very nice.
Managed to break off a piece. However, as you try to leave, one of them sniffs the air. Let's put you up there, you two elves. Well, I don't know. Are you going to resist when they grab you and pick it off from you?
But they resist and take it back off me.
Yeah.
Probably not. I'm thinking.
You think you could leave with this? It's mine, one of them says as he growls deeply. You think you can use this to fight? He sort of breaks the bone with his teeth, crunching it into splinters.
A quick
His
question.
massive tooth maw.
Does our magic not work in the entire cave?
Oh no, it'll work here just fine. It's just in the prison cave.
It's just in the prison cave. Okay.
Yeah.
That's good to know. It's good to know.
It is good to know, yeah. That's why I wanted to know.
It technically means I have a fireball in hand right now.
And at that point,
Oh, yeah.
they're gonna report you for what you've done.
Oh no.
And you're gonna get punished by the drow matron.
Oh.
Because she does not. Well, she very much enjoys when an elf in her power does something like this.
Would we know if she came down to punish her prisoners?
Of course she does. She'll come down.
Will she come into the cell to
No.
pick us off?
No, she'll have Quaggoth drag him out. Actually, drag him right now. He is an elf. She doesn't want to feed him to the spiders just yet, but he will get a severe punishment, which means that he will be in front of her, beaten senseless by the Quaggoths for a whole day. Likely breaking a few bones, and and gaining further exhaustion.
Hmm.
Oh dear.
If he has to fight back, of course, she'll find that amusing. But the Quaggoth's simply too strong. Be overpowered by you. What the rest of you will hear is just the sound of, like heavy objects hitting soft meat and screams, probably. And maybe the snapping of a bone here or there.
I know I want to break a bone off, but that's not what I meant.
You'll
Well,
basically be reduced. You'll be reduced to 0 hit points, stable, but then thrown into the bottom, and you will gain a further exhaustion.
God.
Moving you to 2, which you have disadvantage on ability checks, and your speed is halved.
Okay.
I'm faster than you now.
And you basically be thrown like here, bloodied and just smashed. And then you hear one say, "Well, that'll be a lesson to the rest of you. Anyone caught with anything will be fed to the spiders," he says as he spits on you. While the Quaggoth lumbers off, like chuckling to himself.
Well, Serilla will go and
Most of the people who've been here a long time just look down, as the Quaggoth clearly is waiting just out of view from the rest of them to see if anyone comes to help him. Sort of up here, looking back.
Well, Serilla is the type of person that would.
He looks at her and sort of sneers to himself, clearly marking her on the even worse bad list. And show what it was at.
Well, she'll pick Roland up and bring him over.
The nice thing about Ron being so small is at least he doesn't weigh that much.
True. And she's pretty strong for her size. And she'll tend to his wounds with whatever she can get off, or whatever she can get, like bits of cloth and everything. Not much, really.
Rip off strips of her own dirty clothes, though. Someone else might be better, as hers are covered in grime from the Quaggoth cave.
Yeah, well.
Eldritch would certainly volunteer strips of her tunic.
Figure something out, I'm sure.
Problem you can stop him from getting infected and such and return him to 1 hit point, though sleep in here doesn't actually count as a rest, as, well, it's just that bad. It's all you can do not to continue gaining exhaustion.
Okay.
Ron chuckles as he sees it.
Right.
Clearly
Who
enjoying
chuckles?
the sight of Runt, as he enjoys the sight of someone being beaten.
Yeah.
He likes it. He sort of even looks to Gesh like, yeah, thinking that he'll enjoy it too.
Gesh will sort of half-heartedly pretend that he does.
Notice that add Gesh to my shit list. That's clear.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the sort of expression where if he's turned to Ron, sort of, I like that, and then turning around going like, I really don't.
I'll just a dagger on that not being the last one here.
What?
What?
Just, I'll wager you a dagger that there'll be more beatings to come before we get out of here.
He has a dagger.
Gesh sort of sighs. That's even easier than the hugging one. Are you sure?
Shrugs and says, "It's rather easy to fix this one, but I think both of us should let it happen naturally."
Gesh frowns.
Say, how about no beatings in 5 more days, and it is yours. As out of his sleeve he spirits a short dagger.
Slight gleam in Gesh's eyes. 5 4 days.
Frown says, I think 5, given that you don't appear to currently have anything you can back on me.
I do have, as Gash produces a carrot.
Sort of frowns. Says, that won't be good in 5 days. I get the
Frowns.
carrot now, and if in 4 days there's been no more beatings, you get the knife. If not, I get to just have the carrot.
Gash thinks, nods, and hands over the carrot.
Sure. He sits down and eats the carrot. Really happy
Although
to
Gash-
himself.
Although Gash will advise him to eat the carrot out of Ron's sight if he can manage at all.
Oh,
Or you
he
fail the bet
seems very
immediately.
stealthy, actually. Great at that sort of thing.
Good.
Liam will at some point investigate the door.
Sure. It appears to be heavy-made drow steel. I mean, it would evaporate in sunlight, but, you know. It is otherwise very tough and seems to be quite reinforced. It could probably hold even to Darendil's smashing about. Destroying it that way doesn't seem to really be a possibility. There is a lock on and you can reach out through the bars and sort of pick it from the other side if you were to have a thin enough wrist.
Looking over to the halfling.
Yes, I'll just go over.
Whenever it's opened, it seems to be the elite drow. A particular one, actually. The same one. You don't know his name, obviously, but the same one usually goes to open and actually both feeds you and lets you out. The Quaggoths mainly being the ones watching you while you work.
I don't suppose you have skill in picking a lock.
No, I don't. But maybe someone else we know does.
Looks over to the bloody heap in the corner. I'm not
Yes.
sure we can ask him of anything.
Well, I can't really try if I don't know how.
Nods. Well, if we can't get the door open, we can't really get anywhere. Looks around.
Well, maybe we don't need to open the door ourselves.
Well, I mean, the elite drow seem to open the door, but he's always accompanied by more of the Quaggoth.
Right, yes. If we could somehow get them away from him, or get by himself, it might be a lot easier to get out.
Liam is used to the battlefield and seeing warriors. What would he be his analysis of the drow elite?
The drow elite is a well-trained warrior who would be an elite even in an army situation.
No.
They're also well-equipped.
And grimaces.
Likely with both sleep poison and well-made armor and shield.
I don't like my chances against them. The Quaggoths are bad enough, and the elites not in a fight. No, we simply can't fight our way out of this.
Right. What else can we do?
Looks around. I don't suppose the two small ones are any good at, well, picking a lock. Or he looks over to sort of towards Jim Jar and Gesh. Maybe I'll talk to them again. Sighs. Looks angrily at the bars.
So it seems that the drow keeps the key with him. when he comes in. So,
Looks over. And what language are you two speaking?
Common, I imagine, unless you
common,
speak
I'd
orc.
imagine. I don't, so
You'll speak up then.
speak
in common
horrible
as well.
demon tongue if you want.
The one who has the key used to be the matron's favorite. Yes. His name is Jolan Duskrin.
You seem to know much about him.
He shrugs and says, I used to work here.
You used to work here.
And now you don't.
There was an accident.
Oh, I'm sure I can imagine.
Says, Jolan was the matron's favorite. However, after a sad incident with some unfortunate scouting, for instance, he was scarred bodily in ways that displeased the matron. He is demoted now to feeding us, and I am demoted to being in here.
Well, since you used to work here, it would seem that you know more about this place than any of us here.
Exactly. And I would offer all that knowledge in exchange for your aid in escaping from this place.
Reardon kind of
Or you would
up
offer
at Liem.
our plans up to them and get yourself out of here that way.
You don't understand. The matron, she is a proud one. Fickle. Once she has set her mind on something, she will not let it go. I am the victim of some scheme of her, and I am to be delivered and sacrificed like the rest of you.
Frowns. Sacrificed.
Yes, in Menzoberranzan there is a great sacrifice happening. We are all destined for that, I believe. She has a lot of pride in us. If we were to escape, it would hurt her reputation quite a bit. Hence, he looks to us, why they are still alive, I imagine.
When is the sacrifice taking place?
He shrugs and says, I have lost somewhat track of time, but I can't imagine it's many more days before they come to bring us there.
Grimaces. So how would you suggest we open up this door?
Frowns like this, that I do not know. I'd hoped that in a prison there would be some more thieving types. However, once we are out, I can guide us the fastest way away from this place.
I guess that's true.
Well, our only thieving type is kind of a bit bloodied up right now.
I mean, he can technically move still, do stuff, but he is struggling.
Yes.
Liem will try to sense motive on this dude, see if he,
Sure. He seems pretty good at hiding his intention, really. He also, however, seems somewhat desperate. He's trying to compose himself, but it's clear that he's probably thought over his chances here quite a lot, and he doesn't like his current chances going at this alone. Also, you don't seem to disgust him as much as most.
That's true. It's true. Well,
He wants to punch me, so.
well,
Everyone
sort
knows.
of pats Riordan on the head. Don't let it get you.
I'm used to it.
Oh. Say that.
For now, I suggest we prepare ourselves in the near we can. I luckily do not have to work much, but that also stops me from acquiring anything. So looks at the yells. Someone skilled in such matters maybe should try to see if they can get their hands on something useful.
Do we know where the...
That's not me, because I have zero.
I
Do
could
we know where...
perhaps point you to a place where you might be able to find something, if you could find your way in there.
Well, that depends on the place, I suppose.
Yes, it will be gardened, but perhaps one of you could, well, when you're cleaning in there, manage to acquire something of use.
Maybe.
I could. Does my job bring me up near the cave where they're doing their cleaning or rolling around in the muck?
Yours is carrying rocks currently, so not really. But he
Okay.
also smiles at you as he looks in. If you don't like the job you've been given, all you have to do is please them a little, and they might reward you.
Odds. We had the
Yes.
singing scheme.
Yes, that's what I was planning to do the next time I was working.
You know, just something to keep in mind. She
Seems like there's
grins.
always something to keep in mind with you.
And he will tell you that that the two furthest doors down here are the doors to the barracks, where the guards rest.
Okay.
I'll tell you that the big pillar here is the way to the Temple of Law. But that's a bad place to go. We're just not going there.
Okay. Bad place. Got it. Right.
He would also warn you that there probably is a chest with the matron's treasures somewhere here. If you could find that, the contents would be formidable in helping to survive what comes after.
Well, as much as I am loath to admit, you have been a good help. So thank you.
Nods his head. Says, if you find the chest, it is almost certainly worth trying to take it.
Okay.
No matter how dire the situation might be. Should you succeed, it would make our escape much easier. You could spare your friends a lot of pain. So it looks at all of them.
Yes, that would be desirable.
No, if you have any questions, little one, I shall be here to mentor you.
To mentor me. Well, I'll take you up on that.
Nods his head slowly.
With that, though, Raiden's gonna head back to a spot. He has a plan in his head. Not sure how it's gonna work, but he has a plan-ish.
Sure. Should we continue on to the next day then?
I'm a part of Owl, so yes.
Sounds good to me.
All right. The next day, you are sent to do your work as well. Does anyone want to do anything particular?
Yeah.
Well, or...
Sure. So I'm working with Bubido, is it right?
Yeah.
Right. So.
And Stool as well.
Stool. Okay. Oh, poor Stool.
Put rocks
okay.
on him, make him go up and down.
Well, as I'm working, Reardon is going to start humming an old work song in rhythm with him, carrying up the steps with his companions. And after a while, he's going to start getting louder and louder until the guards can quite clearly hear him. but it's quite a jolly marching song. And as he continues working, he starts getting into it full pelt with his voice, and he's trying to see if they'll enjoy it too.
Yeah, you can do your performance at disadvantage as the Quaggoths. You making noise makes them interested in you.
Yes.
Trip you and push you and like smack you.
All right.
Trying to make you squeal or make noises that they like instead.
17.
All right.
All right.
Even with that, you're fairly skilled at the song.
Yes.
And the Quaggoths though don't seem particularly impressed. Though one of the drow does come to take you basically.
Okay. Oh.
Doesn't say much other than says quiet now. You're required elsewhere.
Oakley dokley.
We'll take you with him. And he brings you into the Temple of Lolth.
Okay.
Bye.
And roll new turn.
Yep. Nice knowing you.
In here, there's a big spider sitting in what seems to be like a silken spider bed thing, full of spider iconography everywhere. There's a drow woman with like a spider scepter, and there's a stairway that goes down, presumably to fancy quarters. She stands here. Says, "You wanted it." Well, he says something actually in undercover you don't understand. So I suppose that the spider chitters and sort of gets excited as it looks at you. Closer, looking at you, steps back a little bit, gestures to him, and says, he's, by the way, the one who is terribly scarred.
Right.
You see on his face, his neck is all burned up. Seemingly acid has been poured over him at some point. He says, sneers at you and says, the lady would like you to show her, sort of looks to the spider, a pleasing sound. If not, she promises that she will make you make a pleasing sound.
Ah, right. It would certainly help if I had something to play with to help that.
He will kick you in the back, making you fall to the ground. Or hit your head on there. He says, "You do not make requests, nor do you ask for anything. I tell you what to do, and you do it, slave."
Yes. Right to it.
Any
okay.
further objections or unnecessary words earn you, says the scourge.
Raiden stays silent and turns to the lady.
She frowns. She says, "Lady," as you forcefully moves your head to the spider.
Oh, right. He's just gonna he's gonna just kick it off before his nerves get the better of him. He's kind of shaking in his boots. He's gonna start off. He's gonna sing a pretty mournful song, but beautiful. He's gonna sing it about one of his grandfather's adventures that involved him losing a very, very dear friend and going on a long journey to find himself. And as he sings, he finds himself, stiffening up and finding his usual bravery, and he kind of gets into the performance. He gesticulates. He starts tearing up, and he finishes with a bit of a flourish and bows his head and keeps looking directly at the ground.
Is he singing in Elven or Gnomish or
Elven.
right? Well, as she does, Asher Vendry is sort of moving to like pet the spider on its legs. It sort of calms down a little bit. It's chittering maw, so still clicking at the closeness of warm flesh. Let's see how well you sing for them. You have no disadvantage here. Even.
Would you say that his bravery trait might cancel out the disadvantage of being scared?
Yeah, that's why I said he has no disadvantage here.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
These rolls are not with us today.
Well, roll a new character.
Right. The spider seems to be somewhat. And at the end, Asher Vendry simply gestures, and Jolin grabs you sort of, and hauls you out, basically.
Right.
By the neck.
That's like the third 2 or something rolled so far.
Sure. She says, you had a chance there, little one, but you failed it. Don't expect to have another.
Yeah. I
She sort of moves. He seems to be a bit hesitant. He turns you and takes you sort of in the eyes, making sure that no one else can hear him.
Yes.
It's your face, basically. Says, if this door was unlocked, would you be able to escape?
What?
Says, if this door was unlocked, he sort of looks to it, would you be able to escape?
Well, it's a possibility. I won't say which or won't what I'm going to do if it was unlocked, but it's definitely a possibility.
He sneers as he then opens the door and like throws you in, letting you bounce a little bit. Before he turns and goes back to his duties.
Liam looks over.
Did he lock it behind him?
Oh yeah.
Rudin dusts himself off for like what seems to be the 6th time since he's been here. And,
A lot of bruises, probably.
I'm just like every single day. I'm pretty imagining every single day at the very end of our shift, we just see a halfling thrown through the door.
Yeah. Scruff his neck like a dog.
Did anyone else do anything on that day?
Hobble back over to his spot. Didn't really get much. Didn't really get anything out of that.
Oh, I think we did. I think we got something very good out of that.
Did anyone else try anything? Or is everyone else being a good boy?
Someone else trying to do this day?
I don't know what I can do.
How often do we get fed?
Once per day.
Once per day.
Yeah.
Okay, so did we get fed today? Are we going to get fed?
You're going to get fed.
So it hasn't come up yet.
No, it's
Okay.
after you've worked. They wouldn't want to waste food on someone who dies or something.
Let's see. How difficult would Gash think would it be to smuggle out an entire ration? Like an entire ration's worth of food?
Well, your rations are pretty meager right now, so a prison ration, not too difficult.
How about 2 of them?
Well, then he'd be pushing it a little.
Okay, let's push it. Actually, no,
Alright.
I can't get. Oh shit, no. Let's try just one.
I mean, you could try to get something else from the kitchen as well. The kitchen is well stocked generally, has cooking implements, But, yeah.
So like a tiny knife.
Oh
Could
yeah.
double as a
Of course,
lockpick.
there's a knife. There's a tiny knife, like a little tool, basically an improvised tool, something you could try to smuggle out.
Could I try that and like a ration's worth of food?
You could try.
Let's try the knife first. That's more important.
We'll do
The
them
lockpick
separately, I
knife.
think. Basically.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh.
You,
All right.
you get a tiny tool. It's not really a knife then. It's more like a lockpick tool, basically.
Well, Gash feels confident. He'll steal some food as well. Or he gets screwed. Nope.
What? All right. Well,
Okay.
yeah, with that, you get 2 rations and the lockpick tool. And they
Oh,
don't
alright.
discover it.
Good.
All right. Good.
So let's see, lockpick tool and 1 or 2 rations.
2.
So rich.
Kitchen's best job.
It is. Rudd doesn't even see it.
You know, that's probably for the best for him. People see too much.
Yeah.
You're getting more bet things for your stuff.
Among other things, yeah. That's probably all that Gash wants to risk.
All right. Sure. Any talking on that day or any other?
I mean, Liem would try to sort of catch the eye of Royden as he, like, how did it go? Sort of look. What the fuck happened?
Well, Reardon tells him about where he was, what he was doing, and then kind of finishes the story with, I think it's good that I didn't get eaten, but maybe someone else should try getting attention this time.
Does he tell what the drow said?
Yes, he does.
Alright. He will nod and say that then it seems that a drow's duplicitous nature might work in our favor. If he is as angry with the matron as she is displeased with him, he might just let us escape to spite her.
Well, it seems that the fact that it didn't go well for me might have been a point with him for me.
Nods. A contact inertia, perhaps.
I had a bit of contact inertia with the ground earlier.
Nods. I would talk to him, but I am not very diplomatic.
If I see him, I'll give it a go.
With that, certainly the next day he will come as well to let you out to do your work.
Right, as I'm
August around him.
They're around him, are they? Right, so Raiden's gonna go up to him and speaking Elvish and ask him if you could speak to him for just a moment.
Come with me to the secluded part of the cave.
He just sneers at you.
Well, he's not going to be swayed. He's just going to keep going. He will say, I did notice yesterday that you didn't seem very pleased.
Just do not speak to me, filthy creature. Yes, he wants to let you out of your cells.
Wow.
Not when the guards are watching, you silly Billy.
Yeah.
Can't just walk
Catch
up
him
to
when
him
he's
in front of
alone.
all of his troops and be like, "Hey!"
hey there.
Gordon is surprisingly put in the Quaggoth cave as well
Okay.
to clean their feces with the elves.
Who's
Alright.
Is
putting
it
up with it?
promotion or demotion?
Promotion, seems.
Nah, that's demotion, I
Wait,
reckon.
so who was put in there?
I was.
Oh.
That's not a
Well,
bad
welcome-
thing,
welcome-
though.
Welcome to being pushed around.
Yeah, I reckon that that you can probably get something.
I am small.
Yeah. No. There's at least 3 of us.
I could certainly distract. While one of you tries to grab something. Maybe.
I mean, I've only got a +1, but I could always roll well. And if they're distracted, it could help.
I have a +3. I could try, but I mean,
I don't know how I would distract them.
I
that's the
mean,
problem.
you can. Riordan can hide behind medium creatures.
That's true.
true.
I can just be in the way.
Exactly.
Yeah. Could certainly
Yeah.
hide behind you.
Well, you
and
can
try-
attempt to hide, at the very least.
attempt to hide. Yes.
So I could try that.
Yeah, sure.
Serilla, like purposefully puts herself in between. She's in the gruel where
I mean-
one of the Quagoths is.
But that would be
Yes.
so odd that they would probably not even register it as something you're trying to do something sneaky. It's just that the halfling
Yeah.
is difficult to spot behind that elf.
I just casually walk and make kind of block their line of sight for just a moment, and try and hide myself.
Well, we'll see how well you hide when you decide to take something.
Right.
So what are you trying to take?
Well, I'll try and take what we failed before. Bit of the bone. Did we get that?
Just
Or
enough to use it as a tiny tool, or
yeah.
Shiv bone? Pick bone?
Yes, something large enough to be used both as a tool, but also as a weapon, possibly. I think I can grab a big enough.
something that can get into the lock here. Probably
Yes.
can't really be used to stab anybody for any particular harm.
I would
You could go for
take
like a
lock
rib
pick
bone
over.
or something to either or a thigh
yes.
bone, try to club people with it, or try to shift people with it. Yeah.
Swiss
Something
Army
else you're
bone.
looking for?
Swiss Army bone. Is there like one for a pick that we could?
Yes.
Because if I think pick would be better than.
Yes.
Right.
take-
Given,
I
given
think I
that
would.
that Gash, of course, already has a.
You already have a tool for me.
Oh, he has a tool to do
Oh,
that.
he has a
Okay,
tool.
all right.
Yeah, you
Okay.
have a
Then
lot
just
of
weapons
I'll
all day.
try and grab kind
Having
of.
something that counts like a dagger would be useful.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have
Try
a
and grab
dagger as
blood,
well.
Looking one as a weapon.
Let's see if you get discovered then.
Yes.
If you find a longsword in there,
So he's doing a stealth check, isn't he?
Yeah.
Would it be possible then for me to possibly while being pushed around, basically draw attention to myself? Since I'm also trained in stealth, to possibly try and make it harder for him to be seen, basically aiding him. Yeah,
Sure.
it's one of my expertise, so I'm easy enough to help
Sure.
them.
All right. Let's go for it.
You had
As you
advantage
can
on that then.
oh yes.
No,
All right.
as you occasionally-
Yeah, you
you
managed to
occasionally
get basically a piece of something that has a sharp rib, clearly,
Okay.
which you can probably use. It's probably even maybe halfling sized, maybe not easy, but
Yes.
it can certainly be used as a shiv, and that would be basically a primitive dagger, meaning that if you roll, basically like a 5 would be low on your attack roll, it breaks.
Ooh.
Okay.
And that it's a dagger.
Okay. It's
Alright,
better
alright.
than nothing.
Better than nothing. Yes. Certainly so. I think that I can't think of anything else that I would be able to take from there. It seems like the only usable thing.
more daggers, more.
I mean,
We'll just be throwing daggers at them constantly.
yeah, I think that's the best I can grab at the moment.
All right.
And we can always take bits off of their corpses, right?
If we get corpses.
Does Gesh want to push his luck again?
I mean,
Yeah.
statistically,
Nah.
that would be a bad. No, not today. Not today.
All right. Sure.
Not today.
You don't want them. You don't want
I
them to
should
make.
gather again, basically. Jordan will again to Riordan as he comes in last, basically covered in filth. So maybe he's even a little nervous that this guy caught him carrying something. Who knows? Maybe he did, but
Right.
Bailey speaks up and says, "You're planning to escape, are you not? I've seen your looks. I've seen your talking. Tell me the truth."
Well, the truth is that in a place like this, escape is I thought that you would most certainly have.
She sneers and says, "You think you could possibly escape?"
Well, that's up to it's up to a few things, but yes, I think so.
Says, "You willing to try?"
I might be.
Says, he just looks at you for that answer. Then he sort of makes an exasperated sound and leaves.
I don't trust. I'm not gonna give him a concrete answer.
To be fair, if he wanted to torture you to death, he can do that anyway.
Oh yeah,
True.
he'd
Like
just do it.
nothing you can tell him will
Yeah.
Sure.
probably matter.
I'd probably just be up straight up.
the
with him
thing
at this
the
point.
thing that
Yeah.
might matter is that he might call an inspection of the cave and take all of our stuff. But
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
he seems to have good reason to hate the matron and letting us escape. I mean, we're the prized possessions. That will make her very pissed and quite demoted in drow society.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah. Fair points.
I just think that his lust for revenge is bigger than his will to reconciliate.
Yes, okay.
Mm.
No one else will come bother you, though food will be delivered. There isn't one for Riordan this time, though.
Oh.
Oh no.
Due
Oh,
to this lack, he'll get an exhaustion level.
Mm.
I say they seem to gradually be as no one's fighting in here, they seem to just be reducing the amount of rations, you know? At some point they'll get some entertainment out of it.
I mean, I'll kill the orc. Eat him.
Is the orc taking his 2 rations again?
No. He's down to his normal 1.
Oh,
Presumably you gave him the spices.
Well, I'm not giving him the spices if he doesn't get 2 rations. I was going to spice up his 1 ration
Well,
to get
he
the other
is. He is. But he seemed to be willing to make the deal with you.
one. Oh, he'll make the deal. Okay.
How did you make yourselves exhausted?
On the campaign
campaign
macros,
macro.
there's exhaustion 1,
exhaustion.
or
Okay.
in your case, exhaustion 2.
But if you want to trade him spices for that, then he'll take it.
Yeah. Sure. That's a good trade. Can eat the spices.
Beyond that, he will also actually sit over here now.
Alright, sure.
Very good.
Kimbia will at that point, like, he doesn't want to hang out with that guy. Go hang out over here. Yes, sir. We'll sit down and sort of loud whisper and say, "So, I'm Runt."
Gash.
Yes. Name.
Yes.
Just, I think I'm going to leave this place. I don't like it here.
Who would?
So now just, you're going to help me.
No. I think you're going to help me.
He sort of narrows his eyes and says, "Why do you think that?"
Glances over menacingly for just a moment before putting on a sort of half smile. Because I believe that you think I'm smart, and you would be right. And obviously, it would be smart for you to follow smart one. Yeah.
He sort of frowns, looking at you. The dwarf can't go.
The dwarf can what?
The dwarf has to stay here.
Why would that be?
He says you can't trust him.
Well, if he stays here, he'll probably join the drow. We can't let that happen. He has to come with us so we can keep an eye on him.
Yes. Wolf comes with us, but then we eat him.
Yes.
Looks at your teeth.
Uh,
Considering that you're probably a person eater.
sigh slightly. The thing with dwarves, though, is that they're very... not good to eat. We need more spices for that, and even the kitchen doesn't have enough.
I've had dwarf.
I'm sure you have.
He nods and sits down against the wall. Says, you just tell me what to do.
Oh, I will. Don't worry about that. And then outside we can talk about the dwarf. Perhaps we'll find something else before then. Better. So with the deal with Ron's ration, how many rations did Gesh get from that?
He gets an extra one.
Okay. Well, he'll eat one of them, but that leaves him with 3 extras. Okay. He'll
How
probably
useful.
head those
No,
out.
you can borrow 1 ration today for 2 tomorrow.
If we,
Guess we'll break
if we
out tomorrow.
feed like Roland some more, would be able to actually regain some hit points.
Yeah, if he gets to have 2 per day, he would get to rest a little bit.
Well, over the course of the day, then, coming up with some excuse to get away from Rond and talk to these people, Gesh will probably then hand, sneakily of course, 2 rations to Roland and probably 1 to Serilla.
So tomorrow, basically, you'll be okay. After that, though, you'll get back to being bad.
I want to
So,
save that then for the day we break out.
well, when is that going to be though? Because we
I
don't
don't
know when that
It's
is.
probably more important bit is at least getting Roland to the point where he's in a decent moving shape, so he's not going to be moving half
Yeah.
speed around.
I think Roland should be fine, but well, I mean,
The thing is, we
He's still
sort
gonna
of
be-
know that the dude doesn't like the matron, so if Riordan can communicate to him, for example, that, well, tomorrow it might be a good idea to not have all those guards down there, so close to the entrance. Maybe there needs to be a patrol or a training or something else, which sort of distracts them a little bit. Maybe a party. Who can say?
Yeah.
And just so they are like away from the actual route we're going to take out of the cave. I don't know if we go north or south, honestly, but just so we can get them away from where we need to go. And then if we can open up the gate, maybe Jimmy Jar can help with that. If like Roland has
Maybe.
disadvantage on everything he does, it's probably our best bet. So
I
if
don't
we
know
can get the
disadvantage on everything. So,
we can get the door open and the guards away, then we can make a run for it.
yeah, I only have it on some things, not everything, but yeah.
Ability checks.
It would be fun to find the matron's chest, but really, just get the fuck out. We can't
Yeah.
fight these creatures. We don't have anything. We have a club and a dagger, and that's
So
it.
We do have this orc lying around.
We do have an orc, yes.
I think we'd do pretty well, but
No, like I've sized up the Quaggoths. They can fuck us up
yeah, it's
without gear. we're
yeah,
sitting
it wouldn't
ducks.
be like a fight that we would win. It'd be a fight that we run away from.
You know,
Yes.
maybe 1, but we're not taking on anything.
No.
If
No.
inquired with Sareth, which way would we go out? North or south or west?
He will say that once we escape, I would take us northwest.
Are there many guards there usually?
He says it is not one of the watched posts because it's not the path that comes or goes to Menzoberranzan.
Sure.
It goes, so looks to say, to the Silken Paths.
Oh, great.
She's
Oh, yeah.
a place where you will definitely need a guide.
So it seems that I can only talk to Jorian at the end of the day, because that's when he's not with his guards usually, or in the case where I'm walking back near him. So
I mean, we can hang around for more days and try to get more stuff, but honestly, we're getting beat up and exhausted, and
Yeah.
and
I can give him a poke. Be like, hey, if this door were to be unlocked, it'd be great if it was tomorrow.
Oh, so you admit that you're going to try to flee? Well,
Yes, we are.
Yes.
It needs to happen now
Throwing
or
caution.
never.
Yes.
so do you eat the food this day?
I think so. I mean,
I'm definitely gonna eat. I think I'm definitely gonna eat the 2 rations I was given.
yeah. I think we should, if in all honesty. Either he opens
Per
the gate
extra
or we...
ration, per ration
our
you can
way
get,
out.
you can heal an exhaustion level, and
Do I
you
heal
can
any
heal your
hit
hit
points?
points if you get the 2.
Okay. That's nice.
You're having a
Can-
rest.
Ow.
how many hit points?
You know, like you can just take them.
Okay, take him.
Take him now. Alright.
There you go.
Do I have any? I don't think.
You wouldn't really have one now.
No. That's fine.
Mark
I
is
guess
having
we'll,
one.
we'll see if we get
Mm,
let out.
I see it. Exhaustion level 1.
Yeah,
But
but
you said
they're
you-
extra rations.
Oh,
I don't have
the
any.
levels.
Yeah, he doesn't have any. So,
So many away.
yeah.
You will basically be put to do your work. Does anyone want to risk trying to grab something?
Another work day then?
Yeah.
Yes, always. I think I'd like to steal another ration and more spices of it.
All right.
In that order, basically.
Mhm.
God, I'm sad. Okay.
Oh,
That's a ration for you. Now you have
Nice.
that. Nice incriminating evidence.
Not going to bother with the spices, actually. Let's be
Alright.
safe here.
All right. Well, you can bring an extra one. However, in the evening, Jordan comes with the Quaggoth to put you all in your cell.
yes.
However, this time he doesn't care for the gnome. He's a dead meat at this point.
Ah, very good.
He will, however, gesture for Liam.
Okay.
Okay.
And though he does say a few words in Undercommon, which I don't think you speak, he will also only turn the key half away in the lock, giving you a look that sort of is very, daring,
Mm-hmm.
as he then basically mimes something and holds out his hand with fingers spread before leaving.
Okay.
Is the key in the door?
No, the key's not in the door.
He half
So he didn't
this,
turn it completely enough
completely.
for it to lock.
No, so it can be pushed
Seems so.
back.
Yeah,
Alright, how many
so we
fingers
can-
did he hold out?
5.
Alright.
5 minutes or 5
5.
hours?
While you
Four,
think about that,
3,
I'm going
2,
to I'm going
5
to be
seconds.
back 'cause I just got
Charge!
I reckon it would be 5 hours because in
Yes.
5, or unless something particular
No,
happens
5
in 5
hours
minutes.
probably, because the Quaggoths are probably going to be to sleep, and then we can sort of get out, hopefully.
When Gash smuggled over the what do you call them, the rations, would he also smuggle across the lockpick or improvise lockpick, or
Uh,
on himself? Out of curiosity.
well, if Gesh has any inclination that you're good with it,
I mean, the others have mentioned it a little bit,
Yeah,
so
it's been passed around, I think.
okay, let's just assume that Gesh gets that and gives you
sure.
the mini knife.
Improvise lockpick.
Ugh,
As I'm some, I do. Turns out rogues do actually get training in that.
it's true.
I'm
So
plus 5
once we
bonus.
step out of the cell, can
We
use
should get our
spells,
magic
or is it-
back, yeah.
Okay.
Which
Alright.
means at least I have an attack because I have my fire.
Yes.
I have attacks, healing, and buffs.
I got a
just
club.
have-
We can
I
also toss the
have-
halfling.
Yes. I have an attack of sorts. It's also disadvantage.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
We
a weapon would be great.
we're not here to
but-
fight. We're here to run. So
yes.
Yeah.
fight when we must. Everything else is just.
Make sure your little legs run as fast as they can.
I mean, the group's maximum speed is only 25 feet with
It's
the
fine.
halfling.
I'll
back.
pack him. I'll pick him up if I have to.
Book him. I could probably pick him up actually. How
No,
much
don't
do you weigh? I
don't you
wonder?
worry, princess.
He
You
weighs like
keep
39
your
pounds.
brother on his legs. He's-
39 pounds? I could easily carry him. Easily.
Halflings
My
barely
limit's
weigh anything.
210.
Fair. Yeah, the two
He's
light
like- Yeah.
two light
he-
members of the group are Reardon at 39 pounds and myself at 94 pounds.
Yes. I'm just a wee laddie. Is that right?
he could carry both of you. Easy.
Well, if we're getting pursued, I can certainly make one person
I
possibly
guess.
run away.
I guess we sort of spread the word. Okay.
okay.
That it's gonna
Uh,
happen in 5 hours, as we guess. It's not 5 minutes
Yeah.
or 5 seconds.
Unless
old-
something crazy happens.
The
Yeah,
old-
five
Clicks after
minutes.
5 seconds.
Oh.
Five
What we
seconds
should
come and he's like,
do-
oh.
Is
the
get
elves
this.
the elves into their 4-hour trances.
Yeah.
If
Sorry.
Liam pokes the door very carefully, does it sort of glide open slightly?
Hmm?
If Liam pokes the door, does it glide open slightly? Is it like
Yeah, it
unlocked?
seems to be able to be unlocked.
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Good.
Oh, let's get our beauty sleep before we go.
Yep, our
Yes.
beauty trance.
That ration that you have. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it should go to Riordan. Because I've already given Roland.
Yeah.
Yeah, Roland's appreciative because he's less hour right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
He'll be fine.
Well, thank you.
We could do with our bardic inspirations, I'm sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
We wait.
So basically, you wait.
Yes. For what we
Yes.
try to judge is roughly 5 hours or so.
Yeah. I mean, you have a pretty good way of doing it. It's the elven trance.
Yeah.
It's like
Trance
a
for
4
4
Is,
hours.
and then a little bit more
Yeah. We wait until
game the system.
until the two elves wake up, and then it's wait a little bit longer, and then we go.
Alright. Well, in that case, I guess we
5
go.
hours is very easy.
Yes. We.
Rebar Club is out.
It turns out elves are just clocks.
Yeah, we're
So,
just clocks.
The thing is, you guys are heroes,
Yes.
Uh-huh.
but not all of the people with you, or who appear to help you right now,
We sacrificed the orc.
heroes.
We throw them out into the web.
It's the web. Yes,
Throw him.
as bait.
This means that basically they are more of support people to your heroes, right?
Right.
Mhm.
And basically they don't fight alone because they aren't really. I mean, they're good and all, but they're not play character good.
Sure.
What they
Yep.
do instead is that they hang around people whom they sort of can deal with or can hang out with, that they like or have talked to,
Okay.
and and they give you some bonuses when you do things. If you want to see what somebody does, you can right-click their token and click on the Show Handout to see a little blurb that shows what they can do. As you've currently talked to everyone, they will all have one use of their inspiration ability from revealing stuff about them and talking about their character.
I can't right
I
click.
can't bring up the right click.
Well, that is not very helpful then.
Yeah.
But I suppose we'll just improvise for now and say, yeah, so I'll send to you, or dump them, I suppose, somewhere, or suitable. Would you rather have them sent to you or dumped?
Possibly we could dump them in the 5e chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would work.
That's
Sure.
on Discord, isn't
So we
it?
can just have on
Yeah.
Discord and have a look.
Yeah.
Just make a raw file with them.
Rah, rah,
'Cause that
rah,
makes it much easier.
rah.
Rita's gonna stand behind. Serilla.
Sure. Never gets dark. Just follow me.
It's
Yes.
gonna get very dark.
If you can't keep up, I'll try and slow down.
Just wanted
You're moving at 35 feet.
this
You're moving 10 feet
chat.
faster.
I know. Gonna move so quickly.
If you can't keep up, know that your sacrifice was not in vain.
Yeah.
That is
So wait, who has weapons now then?
What?
Did you
You
get that
do.
dagger?
You
I know I do.
You can take
I
a
know
look
I
at
do.
them. And
I don't
think
have any
you
weapons.
you probably would hang out with who?
Yeah, I mean, I have a spell, so that's a weapon, kind of.
Yeah.
I'll look at my two dudes
That's what
here.
I've got as well.
Where is this?
Skip.
The Skype
In
chat?
Skype.
Oh, it's in the Skype one, okay. Don't have Skype
Probably
open.
also
So,
can dump the pictures
this
into
guy.
here.
Oh, it's
very particular feeling.
Oh, good.
rar.
He grants me advantage on my animal handling. That's one of my better checks. That's good. Okay.
Durandil, we'll go with the lady who was most nice to him. Peter with the halfling.
Yes.
These two guys with Gesh. These two. Liem. And the rest of them, well, so far they will just kind of follow. They could be talked into helping someone with something particular, but, you know, they don't currently have any particularly strong friendships hanging around.
Ah, thank you for that.
What?
You can upload the pictures directly to the D&D chat in Discord.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know how.
Just drag them in. But I've done it.
Yeah. All right. I know. I know mine
See,
now.
Advantage. No.
The bonuses these people give, can only the character who they attach to get them, or can we tell our
Yes.
dudes to? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I seem to already have that trait though. Which sucks, but that's fine. His inspiration abilities.
Eventually, they might
Yeah.
expand their horizon, but so far,
Right now.
we've talked to them, other people that they trust to actually help them get out of here.
Alright.
Well, without
Oh.
further ado,
Yeah, let's get the hell out of here.
GTFO this shit.
Yeah.
Sure, you can leave if you so desire. You have that power.
Upon the 5th hour, I suppose.
A bit of a bell ring from the southernmost tower.
Oh. I guess we wait a minute.
Which brings somewhat.
He said northwest, right? So I'm thinking over here is what he means by north.
I mean,
Yeah,
he will
I
probably
mean-
point us the way, hopefully.
Yeah.
Well, we can hope.
That would mean crossing.
That would mean going
Yes.
south.
All the way.
South?
All the way
South.
Is that where he is
He
pointing?
meant this one.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
then getting there
We'd have to either throw ourselves
into the webbing.
into the
or-
webbing, or
Like,
find another
where
way.
would the way down be?
They have a lift here, which is operated by crane. The Quaggoths usually raise and lower it like a cage.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, we would
Like
have
a-
to
like a side sort of view, actually.
subdue the guard straight ahead and then sneak past the temple to get
Here
to
you can see
the.
sort of what it looks like.
Oh,
from the
God.
side.
Oh
Oh,
god!
fuck.
Oh my
That
gosh.
scared me.
That scared me too. Oh boy. Okay.
Oh wow,
That's
that
what
is
it would
super
look like.
scary.
That's. Whoa. Okay. That spider is looking great. I mean, the
Yeah.
matron.
Okay, we need the lift. Got it.
Yeah. Alright, so. Fine. Alright.
Okay.
Onwards,
Onwards. Let's.
brave souls.
Sure.
Should have
You
gotten
can
more
hear
spice.
chittering from below.
I mean, sure.
These guys,
Uh,
you can probably just remember who they're with.
Yeah, I can remember who's with me.
Try to sneak across the bridge.
I can't sneak, please.
Yeah,
Come
we're
on.
gonna-
Spider down there.
I
just chittering.
can't sneak.
I mean,
You
I
can
could
try.
roll, but it's not gonna work.
Let's do
I mean,
both.
We can try at least. It's
All
worth a
right.
shot.
Sure.
Right.
We can do a group action, I think. Isn't that a thing you can,
Can
do
we?
in 5e?
I
No.
don't think it
I don't
was.
think so.
Group stealth?
I think it's individual base.
Pretty sure I read something about it.
I
I don't think so. I don't remember it.
Mm,
Nah.
no.
Nah.
Uh,
Alright. Well, we might as well try and sneak, right?
I mean, the worst thing is that the
We
worst thing
fail.
that could happen is you fail, which is exactly the
No.
same as not attempting.
Except sneaking is slower than moving. Right.
That's
Oh,
true.
True.
Yeah.
Oh, then maybe we just want to get across
I
as
think we
quickly
should
as we can.
probably at this point go into initiative. That would make
Okay.
sense
Okay.
Okay.
for this sort of current action we're doing here.
All right.
So let me just do you guys initiative. Let's see, where do we have it? Initiative is up at the top here, right? There we go.
System.
To make a group ability check, everyone in the group makes up an ability check. If at least half the group succeeds, the whole group succeeds. Otherwise, the group fails. This is from
Oh,
page
okay.
59. Or in the basic rules, or 175 in the player's handbook.
Okay.
Oh, well,
See?
the odds of
Okay.
dice rolls.
I know
Two
fucking
fives,
rules.
2 17s. Oh, we could try?
I mean, we might as well try then.
All right.
Well, I do have a question though. What does the purple halo mean? Pink halo?
I'm just giving them so I can see. I'm basically giving the initiative as a group
Ah,
Okay.
Okay.
instead of.
Can we see that drow from where we are?
Is that door
No,
open to
not
us?
currently, and he doesn't see you either.
Okay.
So,
I have a feeling that that's going to be relevant.
Let's
Yeah.
try it then.
so where are we allowed to sneak?
within our
Well,
range, I
we're-
guess.
We're in initiative.
Yes,
You
but
can
I...
sneak. You can try to sneak, as long as
As
all
a
of you
group,
commit to
I'm
moving at
thinking.
half speed, basically.
All right.
I might want to
How far
try
is that?
something.
How far is that going to get us? Not very far.
Well, yeah, let's try sneaking, I guess. Somehow.
Okay.
Do we all roll now
Yes.
or roll during initiative?
Yes.
No, roll now.
All
We'll
right now.
see. We'll see if you.
That's
Second.
It's not bad.
Probably 3 successes.
Yeah, looks like
Okay.
it.
I need to get
You
front
can
call.
get over the bridge without being discovered.
Yay!
Okay.
Opening the door into the room where this guy is basically standing, holding things up, as it were.
okay. Assuming it's my turn still, then as we sneak across as a group.
Do we get surprise?
I would like to cast a spell on him
You,
before we
he
pull
is,
out the
he is
big guns.
surprised. This is a guard tower. Probably more people above him. There's a layer above this one, basically. As a guard post, but yeah, he's surprised right now. You can move in to the room if you want, just like in the door.
Okay. Oh, I can't.
Oh, I need to remove the.
Ah.
That should do it for you, right? I can move the door. Places you've seen already. Yeah. Take your turn.
Okay. I'm going to cast Friends on the drow,
Oh.
All right.
which is a cantrip. Let's see. It doesn't actually have a save or an attack roll, so I guess it just works.
Yes.
You have advantage in all charisma checks. So what charisma check are you going to try to do?
I want to tell him that the matron summoned us. We are all obedient slaves who are, of course, doing exactly that and going to her because she summoned us.
Okay.
You know, let's see if this works. That's it's a long shot, but that's what I want.
All right. Well, something like that would normally have disadvantage due to, I mean, the circumstances.
Right.
But you cancel that out with your spell.
All right,
Let's see if you
that's
can make him
good enough.
believe that.
Can I?
Truth. Going after his wisdom, basically.
I'm back.
All right.
22.
Fantastic lie.
He, you know, the magic sort of. Whatever. You can describe what that looks like. As
Well,
he turns to look at you.
As Gash strolls, or rather walks slowly into the room, he basically says a few words in a very, very guttural and very strange language, waving his hand slightly, as he, without really missing a beat, perhaps surprising Liem a little bit, says to
Yes.
Rahal, "The matron has summoned us. We are on our way. You would not wish to make us come late, would you?"
What language does he say this in?
In common.
Alright. Drow will frown and sort of clearly not very good at common. Just gesture for you to hurry out the other door, like she's determined to just make you go away.
All right.
Right.
Liam has his like rebar raised up to try to break the neck of the drought. Like what?
What?
Okay.
Gash, frowning a bit in concentration, will whisper to Liam, "We have exactly a minute, and then he'll come for us."
Okay.
So, walk.
Go.
People like upstairs, clearly, like arming themselves.
As we go out the door here, Manaki, can we lock the door behind us? Like jam it.
We can close it.
Could I
Someone
lock
could
the
stay behind a little bit, spend their turn trying to jam it.
Please do.
I mean, I can certainly try and jam it, I think.
But I think now everyone has moved. So we're just at the top of the round again. Let's move with initiative here.
I guess we probably want to sneak again. Do we?
I mean, the matron probably just thinks that there's guards walking past, right?
Yeah, but the spiders.
Oh.
Sure.
I mean, you know, we are going to get discovered in a minute, at least.
So
That's
you know,
10
a few
rounds.
initiative
I think
rounds.
we're gonna have to
It's
move.
10 rounds.
Right, so we just sort of move as if we had a reason to be here.
With purpose, I suppose.
All right, Gash will move with purpose. Or a little bit, not getting too far, but here's good. Oh,
Okay.
it's not your turn yet.
It's my turn, man.
Jeez.
I mean, we can double move.
So no
Right,
one
that
is
is true.
no one is locking the door behind us.
I mean,
I think we're just
yeah, if
better off.
because if it's just going to raise the alarm regardless, so it's like...
Yeah, but that's the guard barracks.
That's
Was
one
it-
of them.
Oh,
It's a guard tower.
it's a whole tower, okay. I didn't realize it's an entire tower.
There are two barracks over here, and another guard tower there, another there, and then another there.
I mean, in that case, I suppose locking it and then me dashing possibly next turn might not be the worst thing.
Sure.
That's where you did.
Right.
Sure, I'll go ahead and try to jam the door shut.
All right, you can try to do your check.
Sure.
You can jam the lock.
Mm.
I mean, it is an action. You still technically have your move.
It's just not very well jammed. You know,
So you still haven't moved,
should
so.
stab something. Like,
Ready to stab it in, like, okay, that should have done it, hopefully.
yeah, the spiders chittering with their mouth parts are down in the webs. There's some distance below you. They don't do anything yet.
I just will for the frontliners.
I mean, I could dash, but I don't want to raise the alarm too much for the matron.
I mean,
the Major
yeah.
is likely below the temple in her quarters.
You know, the problem with dashing is the halfling can't keep up.
That is true. The
Carry,
halfling.
carry the halfling.
I mean, sure. Where were we last? Hang on, let me revert. Where's the
Actually,
revert?
Shushar,
I can't
as he
use
moves
it.
behind the halfling, he will pick him up and carry him,
Oh,
moving
okay.
30 feet to keep up with you.
All right.
Moving extra 5 feet.
Though
With an
he
extra
doesn't
fight, then.
particularly have any interest in you, he also doesn't want to see the halfling killed or left behind. He will
Alright.
carry him.
All right.
To let him move
Cool.
30. Yes.
Yes, my steed.
Yeah, really, you can probably. I mean, are you going to try to be quiet now, or is it just like?
I say be quiet if we go past the matron, hopefully. Maybe.
Sure.
Yeah, I
We
would
still
I
have
would
time.
opt for stealth.
Sure.
All right. Let's see a group stealth check. If you can do that, we'll get you to the central area here without getting discovered.
Okay. Ooh.
Oh,
If not,
I-
then the
I
guards
haven't
in the
whiffed
guard
the
tower
roll
behind
yet.
you.
I haven't whiffed the roll yet, so it's going to happen right now. Never mind.
Oh.
Okay.
damn.
So much
All right.
stealth.
One thing Roland is good at is stealth checks.
Yeah.
Getting good rolls. That is all above their passive perception. So you do get on to the main plaza without the guards in the tower noticing you.
So
Okay.
is that here?
With like
Yep,
there's
that's
like
there.
army of people behind us.
You have to move. Yeah, they're all like moving with you, trying to be quiet, but you know.
All right.
All right. Well, the elevator. How is
How
it
does it
operated?
operate?
It has like a big crank up here that generally would have two quaggoths like heaving it when it goes up, or one when it goes down.
Mm-hmm.
There currently are no quaggoths here, since they're basically rushing to the other end of the tower where somebody might have sighted an alarm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
Well, it's time to crank
Whatever that might be.
this, and because I imagine if we get it down, we can all climb the rope at the very least to get down.
There can be
I don't
about
see
4
why not.
people at once in the each.
All right, I will stay here under the crank because if it comes to shove, I can probably climb it down the rope fairly easily.
okay.
Eldith is fairly strong and can help you with it.
All right, we'll do it.
Sure.
All right.
Runt is even stronger and could do better, but he wants to get down with his dragon friend.
He wants to. Already salivating over that dwarf, I'm sure.
All right, so I
There's
guess it's
more
who
important things
goes
to think about right now.
first.
I mean, you
Given that you
four
can
There's going
go.
to be a few. Well, there's going to be a few trips because it's not just going to be us four, I presume. And then you know.
We
I
can-
think Gash, Rond, and what's my rogue friend called? I forgot. Jimjar should go first.
So all the sneaky, slightly
Okay.
evil
That-
people, huh?
Then Sereth would suggest that he goes first as well to help, to get down to the way. So that,
Right.
if nothing else, the guide is safe.
Wow.
Huh.
That makes a lot of sense to Gash.
Hmm.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
And
to me.
he'll whisper to Liam that he'll keep an eye on them.
All right, sure.
So who's going down?
Gesh and
is-
Co.
Gesh, Runt, Jimjar, and Sereth.
All right.
We will remember this. Pop up in the top corner.
Yeah. All right.
Down we
Alright.
go.
Yeah, they'll go down first. And they get down just fine.
Elevator, yeah.
Mhm.
Next.
Have to heave it up.
As said, Gash will watch out that Seraph stays close by perhaps telling Rond that it is imperative that Seraph stay.
Ron
He'll
looks
probably do
at
the rest.
and Gesh and says, "Why don't we just go now?"
Because, well, the dwarf is still up, for one.
Struggle says, "We don't need him. Let's just go." Don looks and says, "He does have a point."
See, this
Well,
is what you get for
the-
getting all the evil people down.
He smiles.
That's one of the moments where
Tell you
Gash...
what, I will wager 2 gold pieces that you won't leave without them. He looks up.
What? Is he betting me that I'll stay?
He's giving you 2
Yeah, I'm
gold
staying.
pieces to stay.
To stay. Yeah. I mean, you know.
What a
Pretty
bargain.
good. Yeah.
Gesh sort of blinks, says yes to Ginger before turning his attention to Rond, and drawing himself up once more to his menacing full 2 and a bit meters height, as he says, "We will stay because I said so." Try to intimidate him once again.
Intimidate him to do as you say.
Crit.
Critical intimidation!
He recoils just. Fine.
On point with the
Note
skill checks.
yourself, don't get on the bad side of
He backs down.
Yeah.
Good.
Visibly.
Is this the start of something good?
Serilla looks at the
Not at all.
path. I should go and see that nothing has changed since I traveled there last.
You will do no such thing, Rond. Please make sure he stays.
Right.
Picks him up.
Frowns at the orc. Who goes next?
Uh,
I mean,
I am
Serilla
taking
would
half
like
on the board.
to. Yeah. I don't know.
I will go last, but you need to
Alright.
just get in there.
Elitha seems to admire that attitude and says that she will as well, but someone should take stool.
Yes, someone should take stool.
Alright, what about Halfling, Stool,
Since they're so
Bupedo.
small, do they count as only one person?
yes.
and Shusha?
Sure.
Alright, so
The
me,
deep
Bupedo-
gnomes would like to go as well.
Riordan,
Of
carry
course.
stool.
Sure. I'm already. Yes. Alright.
And then, like Bupedo, Shusha, and the 2 gnomes. Because then it's just me, Roland,
Yeah, it's the other elf.
Derendor,
Alright, sure.
and then it's Liem and Eldith.
We'll have to get down without using the...
Yeah.
Alright. Let's roll here a d4. Proceed. Alright. Yeah, both the other groups go down before the horde of people come from
Okay.
back from here.
Well, we climb down quick as fuck.
And at this point, you get your chance to try, because there's a lot of these guys coming out now, since the alarm was lit.
Oh. Damn.
And,
I guess I'll.
and they certainly see Liam there, and Eldith.
I imagine like I'm halfway climbing on the rope. That will be like, yep, time to get out.
Alright.
This is where you swing
Climb
onto the airship
the
and fly
rope.
away.
Let's
Yes.
see if you can climb the
Away!
rope without slipping and falling.
As he does so, Reardon is going to throw some bardic inspiration his way. He's going to sing a song of "Please Don't Fall." Please don't fall. Fine,
The song
fine.
of Don't Fall.
Yes.
Alright.
So let me give that to you first of all.
As he does, the drow also move to try to shoot him.
Ah,
There are many
okay.
hand crossbows.
Yes.
Why
But
do you
let's
have an
see
axe?
if you can get down.
Okay, can I? How do I? Okay, I click to use bardic inspiration.
Oh dear.
Adds 1.
Okay.
Better nothing.
Well, athletics is a skill I'm good at, so here's hoping. Oh yeah.
Hey.
All right.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. You managed to get down before they can shoot. Though there's a,
Basically, you see.
you hear yells as Orgoths get on the move. As a fair number of drow
Oh gosh.
move to follow you.
Alright.
Well,
Let's skedaddle.
you basically see Liam just swing down on it like a like he's
Like
done
Errol
nothing.
Flynn
Yeah,
swashbuckling, like,
Errol Flynn swashbuckling down like whoa, And then get the fuck out of here. Run.
Alright.
Yeah, the spiders also begin to crawl.
Run,
down
run.
as they're commanded
Yeah,
to do
let's
it.
just
Is there...
run.
Okay, let's just run.
We take the maximum speed possible and run.
Yep.
Yes.
Someone keep an eye on Seraph so he doesn't run away. I don't have dark vision.
Get over here,
Yeah.
halfling. Yoink.
I'll try to keep an eye on
Yeah, so will Serilla, because good perception and all. So
Since-
double
yeah.
move.
Fucking
So
run.
you basically just run.
Yep.
Yeah.
Get
Okay.
down, but you see behind you the people
Ah.
that are down there, you know? And maybe even as you run through the corner, there's a few crossbow bolts like splintering on the wall behind you, because they're going to be in pursuit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
As Seraph basically just smiles and says, "Me."
I didn't hear what he was saying.
What
Yeah,
did he
no,
say?
so-
He said, "Follow me."
Sure.
Oh, right. Sure. Where did he go? Up this way, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
We follow.
We follow. Indeed.
All the tokens slowly scoot over here.
As everyone leaves. Right.
We out.
You are out, running away with them in hot pursuit.
Yes.
And you are from Falcon Valve. How fast would you say you're running?
As fast as Seraph
fast as
guides us,
possible.
basically.
As Alex can carry us,
Liam
alright.
can carry me.
We move
Exactly
at the speed.
26 feet.
Because now you've escaped, and we move into something called the underdark travel, or rather
Hey,
into the darkness.
Oh.
You are being pursued, which matters because the people behind you probably won't just storm after you into the Underdark. That's like, who would just go in there even with all their equipment? That's ridiculously dangerous. They will probably wait a day, gather up their stuff to get a real hunting party going, and then they will go fetch you or kill you, or a mix of both. This means you have a day currently of heading on them, and well, seeing how far ahead you can get. It's going to be important because if they catch up with you, they could ambush you, they could run you down, and them prepared and ready to fight is certainly going to be a match for, well, all of you, rather easily. As such, you want to stay ahead of them. However, you also escaped with no extra rations, and food is going to matter.
Right.
Moving as fast as you can will basically not allow you any foraging.
Ah.
This is a valid concern because I can, of course, my character.
You're going to need quite a few meals going around.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, I feel
We have a day to space, so
Yeah, so without any roll required, my character, if we don't go maximum speed, would have the ability to get for himself and 5 others.
yes.
and since our thing is broken as well, can I upload things here? Just drop them in, you say?
Yes.
Just drop them in. Should upload them.
Yep.
Since I cannot use my fancy put things on tokens method, because, well, I guess you'd seen that coming. Drag and drop. Alright, hold shift to upload directly. Okay. So if we do that, then you should see a travel pace in the Underdark.
Yep.
Basically, you have 3 paces. Slow, gives you improved foraging, and you can use stealth to try to hide from the monsters of the Underdark. You can travel at a normal pace, having no penalties and no bonuses, or you can travel fast, getting really far, having penalties to try to spot ambushers or other monsters in the Underdark, and receive no foraging. Currently, you have a day of heading. They will move fast or slow and such, depending on their terrain as well.
Right.
I'd probably
feel
say
like-
6. Honestly.
I'd probably suggest going slow for the first day to make sure we
Yes.
had food for everyone.
Sure.
There's also the argument that maybe we could try to hide from their pursuit in a sense.
Yes.
So when it says improve foraging or able to use stealth, are they one or the other, or do they allow us to do both?
does
Yes.
say all.
Yeah, I think we're spending too much time.
Like either you can hide your
being
camp,
sneaky.
or you can like forage.
Spend more time. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
No,
Well,
I like food. I
Yeah,
need
let's
to
figure
stop Ron from eating the dwarf. So
Yeah,
please.
let's figure out how much food we actually need. Then, how much do we actually need as a total group?
Well, you need one meal for each person.
How many people do we have then?
You have quite a few. You have yourselves.
15.
I mean, Stool probably just eats dirt, so he's set.
Potentially.
But- 14 people.
Yeah.
And I auto produce for 6. So
We need 8 more. That's doable.
How improved is the foraging? Is it?
Yeah.
Do you get double as much, or?
Well, it depends on what part of the Underdark you're in. Right now, you're in a standard area, which means that the DC is 15. If you travel
Okay.
slow, you get a DC of 10.
Okay.
I guess we'll definitely suggest to travel slow and carefully, build up a little stock of rations at least, because if we outrun them, but then get so hungry we start starving, they are going to catch us.
Yes, and then we'll be exhausted and we won't be able to fend for ourselves. So,
Exactly.
and better to go slow initially because we still don't know where we're going. We have one guide, so best to be careful. I don't think he'd be able to guide effectively if we're running full pelt for the whole day. Probably run into something.
You certainly will have a bigger chance of getting lost.
well,
Yeah,
on the bright
seems-
side, my character can never fail to retrace his previous steps. So that's one of his abilities written in there. So it's good.
Yes.
So we can go back here. Great.
We can always backtrack with no problem.
See, how many rations did we need? We have
8 extra.
8 extra.
Because I auto produce 6. Just flat auto produce 6.
Would you say that Stool just eats
Well,
soil
that
that we
was-
don't need to
That's,
find?
yeah,
that was-
that's
That was already
included.
taken into account.
Okay. So, how many do we produce if we all roll a survival check? It
Don't know how many
should be
produce per
possible
survival
to-
checks.
Yeah, I mean, I can do a survival check.
I can do a survival check.
Yeah, let's
It's
just find
wisdom
out.
based. I mean, we
basically.
can try. Yeah, that's the thing.
All right.
We can be stealthy and try foraging. We're not going to
You
get
can
the
also
improved.
attempt, if
but-
you meet some creatures, you can attempt to butcher them.
Oh.
Yeah.
So are we agreed on going slow and foraging?
Yes.
Sure.
Alright, let's do it.
Improved foraging, so it's only DC 10.
Only DC 10. That's pretty good.
I assume,
so-
Manaki, can I do a survival check on top of my auto gathering of food, Manaki?
Your
Okay.
auto gathering food
Crit!
is automatic, right?
Damn.
Maximum food!
Wow.
And I
I mean,
also get some extra food.
Oh
how
dear.
much are we going to find? All right.
So would Gesh think that if he's really bad at foraging, he would make things worse?
I mean, probably not.
Okay,
I-
then,
yeah,
then
probably
he'll
just
try.
wouldn't
Oh,
find
wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd also say probably not, also for the fact that my character auto-identifies if his food is edible or poisonous, so it's like, you know.
Now, as long as you have Sereth, he basically also helps with discerning if food is poisonous. Even so, if you eat something that's poisonous, he can, using his inspiration ability, give you or fix it for you.
So how much food do we
So-
get from our various survival checks?
Those are the rolls.
Yes. How much food exactly do you get?
So Sereth provides an advantage on any wisdom survival checks you make to navigate.
Navigate, get
But
far,
that doesn't.
not
That
scavenge.
doesn't. Yeah. That's unfortunate.
Also, I assume that effect is, again, only for the person he's attached to.
Which is
Yeah.
no one right now.
Reorder?
Is he attached to me? He is my mentor, it seems. Maybe.
He'll help you if you need it.
All right.
Okay, before he just wasn't marked onto anyone, but okay. You can...
Yes, I like the idea of finding a hidden drow supply cache with a crit. That's pretty good.
Finding the chest.
Not the matron chest. It's probably not out here, but you never know. It's like a patrol cache, maybe some sword
Maybe you got
in
lost
it,
in the
or
way.
a bow,
But I just have to say,
extra
you know,
food.
my characters definitely show themselves to be more useful, I think, now producing six food for free.
You have a use. Now I have the
A
useless
very
one.
powerful use.
Finally, you succeeded.
Plus also my stealth check. Which makes
Yes.
all of you better as well, because, group stealth.
Yes.
It's like I've made some weird blend of ranger and rogue. And mage.
Arcane trickster, indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I believe you get when you hit the DC, you get food for yourself, meaning one creature, and then an extra one for every 2 above.
God, we
Okay.
got so much food.
Yeah, so
Every
that's
2. Wow, so that's
These are, of
That's
course, perishable food.
sick.
So really what you need to do is just hit it. But if you have rations, you can eat this instead of them, which is helpful.
Don't really have any.
Do I get anything?
So we get
special for the crit?
15 ration. So enough, since they are perishable.
15
You
plus
feed
my,
them,
basically.
my free 6. So
Extra ones don't really do much here.
Okay.
Hmm?
Do I get anything particular for the crit?
You know what? Why don't you roll 2d20?
All right.
on the side note, my character produced 10 food
Do you want
that
them
day.
separate or the sum?
Together. It's fine.
I'm proud. I gathered 10 food in one day. So much food.
20.
Whoa. Alright.
20. All right, you will then manage to find a corpse while you're digging. You find like some weird mushrooms that you decide not to eat, as there is a collapsed drow holding its stomach region that is sort of burst out, where like spores have come out of its belly.
Oh, great.
And next to it is a drow hand crossbow with a single bolt covered in drow sleep poison.
Mm-hmm. Well, who wants a hand crossbow with the bolt?
I could certainly
Roland?
use it.
Is anyone proficient with? I am, because
am.
I'm proficient with everything, so...
I'm proficient in hand crossbows.
Alright, have a hand crossbow.
Sure. Hand crossbow and 1 poison bolt.
Don't lose it!
Make it count.
Sleep was it or poison? I can't remember.
Sleep poison.
Sleep.
It's just called drow.
Yeah.
Yeah, drow sleep poison.
Drow
sleep.
Yeah. You will very quickly get to a point where Sareth will sort of bring you up and so you ask you the question. Says, so where exactly do you actually want to go now that we're out of there?
Up.
Out.
What are our options?
He frowns and says, I can take you paths. From there should be a few. A burst of spores later, and Stool will say, we should go to the Neverblight Grove. I'm sure my family would help us there.
You know what? I've had good experiences with Stool, and I have only had good things happen to me when conversing with mushrooms in the Underdark, so yes,
It's
I
true.
Any day.
absolutely agree.
Do it, yes.
Well,
Yes.
there are certainly also others voicing their opinions. Jim Joe says, I think we should go to Blightenstone. Rather nice place, good tavern, interesting drinks. I'll treat all of you. The two Turian Toffees have a look at each other and says, we shouldn't go there. It's not in a good place. Probably one of the first times they've really spoken. You also notice now that after the spores have been squirted everywhere, it seems like words just make sense.
Oh.
As they sort of telepathically echo.
Yay!
Between everyone?
Yeah,
have mind
everyone
right.
who was hit by the spores. It seems
Great.
to last for a little bit.
Disconcerting.
Alright.
Shushar says, no matter where we go, We should go to Sloop-de-Bop first.
No.
I have my people there. They are boat makers, and with them we can quickly get to anywhere we need to go without leaving tracks. We are rather close to the Dark Lake, after all.
We are? Oh.
Are we? Sorry.
Sheriff sort of scowls and nods and says that would be the fastest way to cross the land. They say that if we go the western route to Crackslough without going over the water, there are mist covering that area that I would rather stay away from. Eldith
Okay.
actually nods at that, though she doesn't look like she trusts him.
She did say something about mist.
Mhm. I mean, we need somewhere where we can get some supplies. Some gear, perhaps.
Responses. The closest one I think would be this sailing village. I'm sure the fish people have some fish we can borrow.
What about Gauntlgrim? How far away is that?
That is so far away.
So he smiles and says, well, then two. As for how to reach the surface, he shrugs and says, I really have no idea.
Okay.
Does Shushar like Shushar, like, would we get supplies? Like, could we get
He nods
weapons,
and says,
armor?
I might stand out amongst my people, but I believe I can acquire something for us. When we get there, I would perhaps trade you showing me the way or helping me get there, because I will stay there. My people are considered a mad folk, but I will teach them the enlightenment that I enjoy.
Okay.
I mean, are we like looking over to Sareth and are we walking into like a cannibalism town here? Like, because that's sort of the vibe I'm
Says,
getting.
I trust none of these creatures. Dwarg are just shrugs, like deep gnomes. All disgusting filth. However, I suppose they have the ability to trust, disconcerting as that is.
This feels like Mass Effect's loyalty quests. Come to my village. Well,
I mean, is Shushar's the closest?
Oh yeah.
well, it seems like
Then we should go there.
we should go there.
Mhm.
Do I have any other powerful options? It seems
Responses
like-
from there. Trade go with Mental Dereth, a drow settlement, which I would not recommend. And to Gregslag, a Dwergar city. That Pupito lights up and says, oh, we should go there. I have friends who live there. An amusing place, if a bit dour sometimes.
Mm,
Perhaps there I can find you a guide to the surface.
well, we need weapons and armor and proper supplies first.
He nods. There are great forges in Crackslough.
We need to not die. So,
Just equipment, I'm fine with.
Now rest. We've gotten out of the worst now.
I don't know about that.
No.
Yes, with
Still
complete
in the
assurance in
underdark.
his voice.
Complete assurance. Yeah.
All right, so we go to Crazy Fish Village first, I
Crazy
guess.
fish village.
So it's not the fast way or the safe way? Safer.
How
We
long
have a
would
day.
the fast way be?
Because each will take several days.
Okay.
Probably safe then.
Well, the more time we have without gear, the more opportunities we have to get attacked.
Owned.
So, yeah.
Yeah, but then if we're attacked, on the way there rushing, then yeah.
Well, the dangerous,
Catch
the
22.
real danger is what's coming behind us. Like,
Yeah.
if they catch up to us, we're just done for, I think. So-
That's theory of two evils: either possibility of death or certainty of death. So,
He snorts. The weak die quickly down here. That's just a fast path. That way it happens so much quicker and we don't have to worry about feeding them.
That is true as well. We
Gash would definitely suggest taking the safe way.
Yeah, I gotta agree. Safe way.
Safe is safe.
I think so.
Just hope it doesn't take too long.
Alright, on the slow one then. You'll enjoy the heat. So, let's, to move down that path. The paths here are many, but they're all like narrow. So narrow even that you basically walk in line. Just blackness all around you, sometimes having to crawl through tiny holes and such. The rock here seems to be volcanic, and it seems to be somewhat sort of magma tubes that you're walking through.
Oh, great.
Alright.
Wonderful. We're walking into a volcano.
Mhm.
The
I
last
don't
magma dragon
do
I
well with
met,
teeth, lads.
I had to make a deal with.
I'm small enough as it is.
Hmm.
Yeah. Do you guys want to continue, or do you want to end here?
I'm okay with continuing, but we'll see how this
I'd be up for going longer.
Yeah, we
Sure.
can push on
Sure.
a bit.
All right.
Tomorrow's a day off, so, you know. Let's do it.
Does you have a few more with you now as you go into more dangerous territory? Does anyone want to sort of have them follow them? Like come with them, basically? You've seen them. You could divide them up now, organizing the party, so to speak.
I mean,
Who
I
actually
think
says
that
I'm supposed to ask you how you organize the party now? So
in that case, I think Liam should make friends with Mr. Orc. Surely you can find some common ground to talk about.
Sure. There's probably some orkiness if you can grunt about.
snout like nose.
And I like to do some muscle flexing.
All right.
Flexing at each
Basically, you
other.
can put yourself like a little distance here, so we can see who goes with whom, basically. And then I need to know which. Basically, you're small groups here, and I need to know who goes like in what order, who's first and who's last, and in the middle and such, and who takes what companion with them. Turvy and Topsy go as one, basically. They don't split apart.
I feel like they should go with somebody who isn't very good at stealth.
We can make them good at stealth.
Yes. So maybe Liam.
I'm fine with that.
I'll take Torpedo unless someone wants the advantage on Frighten.
Oh god! Just reading through the abilities here, I think Bupido should go with Gash.
Yeah, sure. Take him, buddy.
Yeah, he has protection against madness. That is so useful.
Yes.
All right.
And Gash has some questions to ask regardless.
I'll stick with the Rendil for now.
Sure.
I guess I'll take Sarah with me.
I guess Ron to Liam.
Yes.
And Jimjo doesn't really matter who he walks with, so I guess he could walk with Gash again.
By making a bet, gambler. Yeah, you could use that. He has basically like lesser bardic inspiration on checks, I suppose, once per encounter.
I suppose it doesn't really matter who Shinsha goes with either. I could take Overlord. I suppose I could take Shinsha. I guess.
I guess I'll take.
I'll take Eldeth.
Still can come with me, I guess. I mean, yeah, why not?
But both Ron and the dwarf. That's going to go well.
They all like each other.
I keep them separated.
Yeah, I
Who
suppose
knows?
I suppose I could have Shinshar since you know it doesn't really matter who
Sure.
Shinshar goes with.
He's very chill. He will never hurt anyone ever. Is his idea.
Okay.
All right. You should take the little cards that are for the people you, and you should keep them so you can remember what they can do. They're good, powerful, and will likely help you quite a bit. They currently all have inspiration. When they use it, it'll be gone until something significant involving them happens.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Cool.
Good. And you move towards the Silken Path slowly. All right. So, on the first day of your, how fast do you travel now?
Normal.
Normal.
Yeah. I'd say.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'd say
All right. Sure. You're traveling basically just going along, as it were, and nothing much is really going on. That is until you notice that the heat here is really beginning to get a lot worse. Like it's getting a lot hotter as you move along. If you copy your tokens,
Would I still be exhausted, by the way, for my first level or not?
now you could.
Okay,
Yup.
copied.
You can put yourself in this narrow pathway of volcanic rock. The walls are becoming hot so much that you like touch them and it hurts a little bit. You're probably happy that the drow didn't steal all your shoes.
Yep, someone
sure.
walked outside and broke the entire thing.
Yeah, it happens.
All right. Okay.
As you move, basically, you hear a rumble, and from below, like a little crack opens. Seemingly, the coolness of yourselves in place is making some of the rock shift a little bit. I will add you to initiative here. Just
So abandon the
that,
halfling and run.
we can take
Oh.
by order.
Flee!
As one of you randomly, which I will roll d5. There's
Oh,
no
no.
such thing as a d5, so I'll just make it up. d5. As Roland is hit by a burst of steam from the ground. As it breaks and erupts, you get to make a dexterity saving throw.
Well, at least it's my better save.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Alright.
Oh yeah. You manage to dodge the gout of hot steam bursting from the ground. Though listening to the cracks happening around, it's probably not the last one.
Serilla
Okay.
suddenly having Roland basically almost jump onto her almost for a moment as you can dance away.
Yeah.
Well, I guess
Your
we should...
initiative.
We should probably
Run.
run. Right.
Run, little one!
I'm assuming one of the people with me is carrying me, or
Nope.
no?
Not anymore.
Okay.
Right now.
5.
They're with other people doing their thing.
Could like
Right.
dash, don't move. Right?
Yeah, you can
effectively.
double.
Yeah, I
move.
could.
Carry you.
My little legs can't carry me too far.
Well, that is still enough to bring you to see this creature hiding in a little hole.
Oh no, fire beetle!
They're like the go-to in 5th edition.
Oh,
I know that exact token. That was the first thing you fought in Iron Gods as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think I used a similar one in.
But it doesn't seem
That's a
friendly
different
that
thing.
you're coming running into a home, making all the noise.
right. I can't exactly do anything though since I use my action to dash. So
Yeah.
I think you have your bardic inspiration back there, right?
I have 2 uses of it. Yes.
Well, no, I'm saying you get it back, that third one.
Oh yes, I do.
So we've had a rest.
Let me.
Since you used it, I believe.
Yes.
Rolling.
You are right.
Okay.
let's-
Do we know any? Do we get told that there is some beetle up ahead? Is the halfling
Maybe
going
we
to
hear
inform
like a
us?
high-pitched squeak.
Yeah.
And if I end up moving forward, am I going to see anything? That's also another question, but probably not. It's like
I mean, it's in the wall right now. You can't really. It's in a hole it lives in, probably. But if you run
Okay.
close enough, yeah,
okay, Roland's
you'd
just
see
going
it
to
too.
kind of
Your
dash.
passive perception is fairly. Yeah,
Roland's
you'd
going
see
to
it.
dash up the hill.
There's a big beetle.
Ah! It's a beetle.
it. Roland's going to have a quick dart around trying to see, like, do they see any others about?
Not right now, but the scuttling, hissing sounds around just at the moment.
This is worrying. Well, next initiative.
It crawls out of its hole and goes for the bite it
Oh.
to sort of drag it into its hole, eat it in there. You know, it's rare that meals just come running up. So it will try to bite you with its attack here.
That's a
Miss.
missy. That's a miss.
It's a miss.
Just
All right.
Oh yeah, we have the two people with the highest AC actually in front. That's amazing.
Yeah, beetle try to bite.
Watto!
Wait, what? We have dexterity? What is this?
Yeah, it's
Yes,
lunacy.
Serilla.
With finesse.
Alright, I'll
Help
come up
me!
here. Does my higher passive perception see any more critters around it?
Not within your current range now.
Okay.
The steam making everything foggy in here. You can see some nice little white clouds everywhere.
She will. I think she'll just stay. No, she'll move up a bit further. She'll go about here.
This is a little patch of rough terrain.
Okay.
Bump in the ground.
Yeah. Alright. Well, she'll get here then.
It does seem to be hard enough rock that it doesn't crack from the steam vents.
Oh, then she'll take her extra step in here then.
Right.
She moved 25 up to there, double to 35.
Well, we move over here.
All right. Gash.
Alright, is there light in here?
No, not really. There's bursts as the steam vents up. There's like sparks coming and it's like glowing from some of the rock underneath the surface rock. But there's not a lot of good light now.
So
the
Riordan
beat-
just
do
ran
the-
forwards in darkness.
Do the beetles glow?
They do,
Oh, good. Then I can
like a torch.
at least sort of make them out. I think Gash is going to see this beetle and he'll try to blast it.
Uh-huh.
Shooting past Liam, which means that the beetle does have cover, is a thing, as Gash will once again speak the weird and guttural tongue that he has spoken before talking to the cat. But this time, it's not friendly. It's blasting. As he will blast some blackish energy that's probably not even going to get noticed by anyone because it's so dark and misty and all that stuff.
It is certainly very, very misty. Cover. Let's see.
Yeah, cover is +2 AC.
That is what it says. Yeah. Half cover, that is. Yeah. Well, then that would be a miss.
Oh,
Blasting
well.
the ceiling slightly with darkness.
but that's that then. That's my turn.
Right. Raiden looks at this little beetle before him, and he's going to cast vicious mockery. He's going to, in Abyssal, he's going to speak to this little beetle and Tell him that he's absolutely worthless.
Does he have to be able to understand you?
No, he does not.
Okay.
He just needs to hear me.
And he feels terrible about.
He's terrible.
He gets the gist of it.
So does this like threaten? Like you're threatened by the beetle? Does that do a thing?
In 5th edition, if you're threatened, you get disadvantage on your attack roll.
This does not have an attack roll.
Yeah.
Okay. Then
So-
you're probably fine.
I'm fine. He does need to make a save though.
What kind of save? Oh,
Wisdom
that is
save.
big. Alright, so wisdom save 13. Let's see. Save is where in this list?
It's one of the blue buttons.
Ability check. There we go.
Oh,
There we go. He doesn't make it. He takes 2 points of damage.
And disadvantage on his next attack roll.
Has disadvantage.
Alright.
As a beetle tries to comprehend abyssal words and just twists and turns.
Yes.
Chittering sounds is driven mad.
And Reardon is going to move here, and that's his bit.
Rolling.
All right then. Well, I don't have a proper melee weapon. I don't know what's the rules on
Punch
unarmed
it.
what are the rules on unarmed striking?
To attack and do
Plus
1
strike.
damage.
no,
Basic
unarmed
stuff.
strike is your strength and damage, I'm pretty sure. 1 plus
Yes.
your strength or something.
I
think
mean,
it's
I also,
1 plus
I mean, I'd
strength.
also do
I think
I'd
it
also
is
do
1
a
plus
sneak
strength.
attack.
Oh, you have a dagger.
No, I don't.
You the
Nope.
bone, right?
No, I don't have. I
No,
don't.
that's me.
He
Oh.
has
Yeah,
dagger
no.
bone for half on him, but I don't have
Yeah.
anything.
But it
Well,
could
at
break
least
if
do
I'm not
one.
careful. So
I don't have.
I'd rather use
I
it
mean,
on
but-
something that.
So, but no.
Well, it might be a good idea to give it to him later because, I mean,
Sure.
you can at least tell nasty things to a beetle, but Roland
Sure.
can't do a thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
I-
Ginger is about to owe me a dagger because I think it's almost been 4 days without a beating.
Mhm.
Oh, you could still have time.
Well, I'm gonna. Well, Roland's gonna go ahead and attempt you trying to sneak attack kick this thing.
Yes, kick it.
All right. Squish it while it's not looking.
Sort of, kinda.
Yeah, all right, that hits.
And 1 extra sneak attack.
3 damage.
Three
Yes.
damage.
Splat.
All right.
Yay!
As I literally stomp it in.
Yeah. I've heard his feelings, but you've just completely destroyed it physically.
He's
I think.
squished. Sorry.
Yeah. That's fine.
Technically, I still have a move, right?
Oh, if you want to move, yeah.
Run!
Get out
Just
of
cover
here!
another one then.
Ah,
Okay,
Nice.
there's another one.
How
Serilla.
pleasant of him. Oh, come here.
Oh no, you've upset the cleric.
It sure has. I'm not gonna waste a spell on it. I want to punch it in its stupid beetle face, and I fumble apparently. Wow,
You punched the rock.
I punched the rock apparently. Yeah.
Yeah,
Ugh.
that doesn't hit.
Nope.
Good attack roll though, like if you consider.
Yeah.
Right, Liam.
well, I guess he'll trundle up here. It's like, oh, more beetles. Well, let's beat the beetle. And like go here to sort of not block the line of sight of the creepy warlock that's behind him.
All right. Another one scurries out.
Are fire beetles resistant to fire?
They are.
Okay. I mean, it's good. It's a good thing though, because I have a fire spell. So it's like, you know.
I mean, they're made of fire. Look at them.
Yeah. Generally, anything with fire in their name is usually resistant.
They live
On the other
in.
hand-
in
On the other hand, I'm
volcano.
getting a D10 worth of damage dice. So on the other hand, it might still be better.
Beetle over here will. It doesn't really like this position it's in. It'll try to bite the elf because it was the first thing that came over.
Sure.
It's not a smart beetle. No, it is not
Oh,
a very
hey.
good beetle either.
No.
It's a bad beetle.
Bad
Yes.
beetle.
That's why I want to kill
Well,
it.
speaking of bad beetle, Just
Yes.
so confident that he'll move a little bit first. And I'm pretty sure in 5th edition you can move, attack, and then continue moving,
You can,
right?
yes.
Yes.
Go up all close to this beetle. Blast it. With his dark energy. For 8 damage.
Oh yeah, that certainly blasts the beetle.
Flat. And I moved.
You moved
15.
Pops.
How much did I
Damn,
move?
20.
20.
Move here. Oh god. Okay. That's my turn.
You can spend a turn, by the way, if you want to, when you're next to a dead beetle, to harvest its light bulb,
Oh yes. Yes. Okay, next turn.
which you can use as a light source for a little bit.
Oh,
Good for those who don't know dark vision back there.
Yeah.
Jordan.
well,
You get to mock a beetle.
yeah, I'm going to move up here. Yeah, I'm just gonna tell this beetle that it's gonna end up like 2 of its friends over there. Tell it to lay down and die.
How rude. Alright, I'll try to do a saving throw. Yeah.
Ow.
Damn.
Smart beetle.
Crit and a what
Clearly
the?
not very smart
Alright.
beetle,
No.
but good
That's
roll.
fine. Yeah.
So is the beetle only resistant and not like immune?
Oh
to
wait,
fire?
that was the beginning of the round. I have
Why
to,
is this
I have
the
to do the
beetles?
thing.
Everyone prepare fire.
Yeah.
Mm.
See,
Prepare for geysers.
5. That would be Gesh. Do me a dexterity.
Oh,
Dear.
good.
Your big fat dragon body.
Just what you're the best at.
Basically, roll to dodge.
You know, Jimja does have this once per counter ability. I can make a bet with Jimja, and Gesh is going to bet that he can dodge this thing, no problem.
Looking down. Alright.
Which gives him a D4 1 bonus to this, great. Dex is... and wow.
That does not do it.
Ouch.
So the blast of hot steam comes up and does you 4 damage. A bunch of fire damage as it blasts up over you, scorching your leg. As a Jimjar will gladly collect on that bed.
Yeah, I'm sure. This is not a beating though, doesn't count. Still getting that dagger.
Yeah.
Just a bit.
Yeah, so fire beetles are only resistant; they're not like immune to fire. Is that a thing?
No, you can fire. You can burn them.
Things.
Okay.
I mean, things
They
can
like
be.
heat, but they don't like being burned.
Okay. I mean, it's good for me to know because my options.
Sure.
In which case, I'm going to look at this beetle here, and Roland's going to take a moment, taking a deep breath, as he's going to launch forth a bolt of fire at the beetle in the wall.
All right.
That is
Oof.
18 for 6 damage.
Oh.
That's a destroyed beetle.
And I will now proceed to keep moving.
All right.
Roland's got his objective. Move.
Serilla.
Alright, bonus action. I'm gonna cast Healing Word on Gesh.
Sure it's worth that right now?
I'm not sure that's worth it either.
Your healing word's
Really?
pretty powerful, after all.
Yeah, but then, you know, he's not got that much hit points. I mean, I can leave it if you think. It's worth
These
it.
things are 2d6, the next one. Although any of them could drop me.
That's true.
They roll high.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Is at this level, we're squishy as
It's up to you. It's your resources.
Is it better to save to stabilize rather than heal though? If we're going to
The
drop
stabilizer's
quickly
a
anyway?
cantrip.
No, but if
Oh,
it
yeah.
goes down, you can get him up again.
You can heal him up again.
The stabilize one.
Yeah, but I have to touch him to stabilize him.
No, you can.
No, you can use your
You
healing
can do
word.
the healing word to get him up.
I suppose so, yeah. Sure. Yeah. Alright, I'll just run then.
Also, I'm going to
My-
happily note I might kill count 2.
A full 70
Damn.
70 feet.
Looking at into more beetles.
Ooh.
Well, on the bright side, I have more targets for next turn.
That is true.
Liem.
Well,
Oh,
maybe at someday he will get something to do, so he'll talk.
All these very effective party members.
Yes.
What's that white gusty? Is it extra steamy?
That is hot steam. Yeah.
Okay.
Moving through there, you'll take a d6.
Alright.
He'll move up and try to bite for 1 point of damage.
Yeah, it does.
That one is dead. That one's dead. This one is not dead. So he moves up and tries to bite. Oh my, another point of damage.
Got
Yeah, they do d6s damage. They're really not doing well there. But,
I'm fine with that.
yes.
You know, she's too beautiful to hit.
Yeah. She's got vice syndrome.
Well, you could probably sort of make his way through here without harvesting all these guys yet.
It's getting dark being left behind there. But, yeah.
I'd probably have to hurry a bit, so he'll move.
He's still
like,
glowing
I mean,
after all.
actually, wouldn't 30 feet of movement leave you right here at the end of your turn?
right where?
Here.
Right here.
You move here with 30 feet?
Oh yeah, that's another glowing one. That's true.
Yeah.
How much is that one?
And spend your action grabbing?
You grab it.
If you
keep
don't want
going
to
up.
shoot. Yeah.
Right, I can blast or take. I think I blast. I think I can make out number 5 slightly, although it does have
It is glowing,
cover.
so it certainly has cover, yeah.
Oh, could you not
Sorry,
go
blast
for
number 5.
4?
No, no 4. I
No,
don't think
it
I can
doesn't
see.
hit. But you see like the dark ray
Ah, okay, sure.
shoot from behind there. Jordan.
Send in the halfling.
See, how far away? How
I
far
think-
away can I?
Halfling might need to double move.
Well, maybe. Yeah, I do. Gonna. There.
Or bring the
can't
hooks to the
really-
left.
Don't have a bow. Well, I could. Yeah, I think I'm gonna pull out my singer voice and inspire Serilla, and kindly encourage her not to get hit by these glowing fire beetles, if she wouldn't mind. Let's see here.
Be inspired.
Yes, the mighty X of inspiration.
It was supposed to be something else, but it's an X now.
Yeah, it's an X now. She's
Alright.
got the X factor.
Well, that's the thing.
On.
I'm going to move up to here. See, there are fire beetles in its path. The one clearly blocking its way to go, which is number 4.
Uh-huh.
And it's going to blast number 4.
Alright. That hits.
10 damage.
Oof.
You know, I am DPS.
Damn. Damage cantrips.
Oh boy.
I mean, I've had it I'd be even more effective. But
Nah.
It attacks. 3 points
Does
of
it?
damage.
Free.
they're consuming you.
Oh yeah, slowly.
Yes, really.
Alright. Well, let's try and punch number 5.
Number 9 might be the better choice. Because I can reach number 5, I can't reach number 9.
True. Alright, number 9 then.
Stomp it into the ground.
Yeah, let's see. That's better.
That hits.
Still alive.
Punch the beetle,
I'm still
cracking some of
alive.
its carapace.
Don't feel like a shield would be worth it right now. I don't know.
Just don't go down.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Go to the healer. Go to the
I'm
healer.
worried about. Because I can.
I can
You're starting to get people
bring
back
her
up.
back if she goes down.
Okay.
Do you?
I have cure wounds, yeah.
Oh, okay. Alright.
I mean, it's good to have something to heal the healer.
Yeah,
Yes.
definitely. Yeah, okay. I won't use one of my spells. I'll be that then.
Alright.
Alright, walk up here and try to club the beetle.
Let's miss.
Alright.
The beetle will return that attack.
Oh dear.
Oof.
And
Haha!
or apparently it still has a Lady Serilla stuck in its
Yeah. So much elf stuck in it that it's difficult.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, Gash would like to grab the glowing bits of the beetle,
We can harvest a bolt.
using them, move forward. That's it.
Right. We will roll the d5.
Oh yes. The D5 of heat
3,
death.
that is rolling.
I thought it was.
Do a dexterity save.
Dodge!
Oof.
You dodge the flaming gout of bursts forth.
I know I'm a pyromancer, but this is not what I want.
Right. Reardon's gonna move a tiny bit closer, just in case Serilla goes down. I can reach her.
You could move below me.
Yes. Well, you will tell
9 to die.
tell Beetleline to just, if you could just die, that'd be great. Attacking his friends, so please.
Your mother was a water nymph.
Yes, if you had one.
Yes, that would kill it.
They're both
Cannot
daring
take
of
these
insult.
horrible, dark, like demonic of words you're
Yes.
calling out a bit abyssal of all things. Just
Your mother
hellish
never loved you.
incantations. Sounding like a summoning spell, red and horror.
Yes.
How did he ever learn such language? You scream. Rolling.
The language is pain made manifest.
Move to here.
Yes.
Move to here. On the way of moving, then kind of throwing his hand back and firing at the beetle.
Drive by.
9 damage.
Drive by sneak attack. Wow. All right. Deeps for days.
Can everyone make it out in 2 moves?
Probably not. No. In
I
2
know.
rounds, yes.
Easy.
2 rounds? Yeah.
Take 2 rounds then.
Easy.
Alright.
Because that's what you got.
So,
60.
I make it out in a single.
Alright.
I make it out in a single action.
Everyone makes it
I
out.
mean,
Means
yeah.
the encounter is over as you pass through this tiny little passage and really come out into another bunch of gnarly paths. You can do your test for food if you want.
in this interim, can I give Roland the bone
You can take a short rest. Yeah.
dagger that I have as well?
I would certainly appreciate having
Oh
that.
well, if we're gonna
Yes, you can
Have
have
a-
a primitive dagger.
have a short rest, I'm gonna use my hit die. I think.
All right.
Sounds good.
I will do the same.
I know what I'm talking about. I'm fine.
Just gonna...
Livable.
And then food check.
Bardic Inspiration just died.
Yeah,
I get that back.
Survival, I guess.
What was survival?
DC is 15. Moving at decent speed now.
Go!
Maximum food.
Right, you're good with food.
Oh yes,
That's good because
I-
I fumbled.
I did not succeed.
Man,
even though
I'm
I do
just
co-
not
I do
very-
quite
Come on,
often.
people.
good at surviving.
Yeah.
That's the same as last time, I think.
You're good so far.
You're welcome.
You want to use one of those? That's gonna be a thing. Well, since the second one is Liem, probably not. Does someone want to make survival checks to find their way? You have a guide, which is where you get advantage on it.
So, okay,
Is
so
that
this-
another survival, or
Yeah.
That would be.
I can. I mean, he's with me, so he gives me advantage, right?
He gives
Right,
you
let's-
advantage. True. So we do have
let's
2 other people with a +3 bonus. But
Yeah.
give it a shot.
14.
Alright, you managed to find your way so far. It's
Okay.
pretty easy when you have a guide who has been here before.
I like it though. Just like the others have to appreciate the 2 elves because between them they're gathering all the food.
Yeah.
The next day goes without much of an issue, really. It's hot, it's unpleasant. You rest in an alcove, assuming you still travel normal. You make good way. I'll assume basically you travel normal until you sell me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Knowing that the enemy's probably hot on your heel still,
Eh,
you know, can't really risk being delayed, as it were.
no.
Well, on the 3rd day, though, Sereth will warn you that you're going to a place now that is an avid location for raiders and that sort of thing.
Right.
Because it has something that is a rather rare feature here. And that is, it has some hot mud baths that can actually clean you pretty well, even though you've just swarmed about in the down here, basically. All you really need a bath, somewhat. But it is a location that is favored by those sorts of creatures.
I mean, I imagine Serilla is certainly liking the idea of a bath.
Oh,
Fine,
yeah.
We're not
Oh, yeah.
staying. No, we're not staying to take a bath. Like, no.
I mean, she'd like to, but she's not gonna do it.
You can smell something burnt, badly smelling burnt as you move into.
Yeah, that sounds like acid to me.
Badly
Another
smelling
left
burnt.
Oh, huge amount.
Oh,
Yeah.
there we are.
Where are we?
Okay.
Oh. Oof.
Yeah, that doesn't look fun.
No.
As you
And
move,
again,
you
what
can,
does down here?
You can hear voices. Well, does anyone speak Goblin?
No.
I
Nope.
speak
Alright.
orc.
Then who knows what they're saying? They sound sort of worried, though.
One moment. I don't suppose stool spores. It's within 10 feet. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. I don't want to get that close to them to understand what they're saying.
We can throw him.
We could.
Like a
Currently,
ball.
they seem to be distracted. Moving on top of this stuff is a bad idea. But you can
Okay.
do it, of course.
Well, if they're distracted, now's the time.
Go sneak closer.
Yeah.
Let's go sneak closer.
We go closer than that. You might want to have a sneak check or something.
Sure. Group sneak. Can we do
Sure.
it?
Alright.
Groupie sneaky.
Groupie sneaky.
Nah.
Do you still have...
Nope.
No, you don't.
Well, it's
Nope.
all over.
All failed.
Yep.
Alright, well, time for that initiative, I think.
Oh dear, that was
Yeah.
I might be the only
terrible.
one who succeeded.
Rowan
Yeah.
was the only one to succeed.
Well, at least the rogue is doing his job.
You will,
Sure. Roll below average.
you will have... They get to act, basically.
What? We will have what?
Advantage on attacking them before it has been their turn.
No,
Basically
sure.
flat foot.
No, admittedly, Liam technically got a 12 because he can't roll lower than 12. Due to his personality.
I don't know how we're gonna get there.
That's true. I can't.
gonna have to
I
move.
would have rolled a 12 because I can't roll lower.
Uh-huh.
I guess. I don't know if that helps.
It means we have 12, 16, 11.
No, because at least 3 of us would have had to succeed, I think.
Unless basically less than 11 succeeded, basically.
Yeah.
So.
And there's a half-orc in front of them.
Yep.
Yeah. They all make little yampering sounds and grab for their weapons. They have.
Ooh, weapons.
Okay.
They have weapons. Yes, they have
Good.
a scimitar.
Oh, that's gonna be great. Take the scimitars.
A good-looking scimitar. You know, it's a goblin scimitar, but it's a functional scimitar.
I
so
mean, you know.
you'll probably take it.
Uh,
Understand it.
Yeah, I will certainly try. Let's see here. I have moved up
Power of the club.
The power of the club, yes. Most.
Wasn't that a double move?
That was a
Yeah.
double move, yes. But I'm
was, yeah.
contemplating if I should action search. Do I have that yet? No, I don't.
Gordon then?
Are you going to insult the others?
I know, I might do something else.
Fireball.
Yes, I might do that then. Okay, I'm
Yes,
going to. No, I don't have fireball. Step a bit forward here. I'm going to cast fairy fire. In
Tell me about the fairy fire.
so each object in a 20-foot cube is outlined in blue light. Any creature in that area when the spell is cast is also outlined in light if it fails a dex save. For the duration, they shed light in a 10-foot radius. Any attack roll against the affected creature has advantage if the attacker can see it, and the creatures can't benefit from being invisible. So,
Alright.
basically, I'm casting down like a blanket of blue light that kind of clings to everyone in there.
How are you going to target it though? Because it will hit Liam if you include him.
It depends on where you
well,
put the cube.
Depends on where I put it. I can put
Yeah,
it so that
exactly.
it hits the. So, 20-foot cube. So, how do I draw in here? Let's see.
Pick the draw tool and then a cube. Or
And
you
the
can pick
template tool at the top, and
template
then-
tool and then
Template
make a
tool
box.
usually,
Template tool and blast. You use that
Did you say it
colours.
was 20 feet?
Yes.
Something like that.
Like so. Sure.
Jeez.
And they have to
Yep.
do a dexterity save, yeah?
Yeah.
Alright. I'll do them.
Also, this spell will be my best friend later because it allows me to sneak attack even when no one else is around.
Whoops. That was meant to be.
With the
Dexterity
blast
Let
template,
me
you always
undo
have to
that.
select a square adjacent to where you want to.
Alrighty.
Dexterity save. So one of them fails.
Okay. So,
And he's then a shiny blue.
shiny
Yeah.
blue. Yeah,
You
he's
can,
just gonna sit there now.
You can
Does that area remain sparkling? Or...
Control C to undo the drawing.
He
Okay, thank you.
sheds light for 10
Oh.
foot around him, basically.
The
That little
glowing
blue goblin.
ground areas do light up this place in sort of an eerily red light.
So
But that
goblin.
makes that one goblin bright.
So goblin.
Well, not
Yes.
bright.
He's
dim.
bright blue, so it's a contrast.
Dim light. For
Dim blue, yeah.
10 radius.
Dim light,
Goblin.
bright blue.
Well, this goblin here begins to howl like and scream and wail, and he will try to just fucking run away.
Okay, I will
Oh.
opportunity attack.
Yeah.
And smack him.
Manages to take that on his
Really? Shit.
little armor, yeah. And he just screaming for help, presumably.
So AC is higher than 14.
That was a 10.
No, because he said that we had advantage in the first round?
No, before
No,
they
before
acted,
they
but
acted.
they are
Before
acting
they
now.
acted. Sure.
Serilla?
I will move up.
No sense Warlock's going to snipe the one that's running away.
Yeah, I was considering casting Bless, but I think if they're gonna just try and run,
Do you have a damage cantrip?
no. Clerics, I don't believe, get one.
I do.
They do.
It's the Sacred Light, or whatever it's called.
Sacred Flame.
Sacred Flame, yeah. But I was too occupied with other stuff. Yeah, I'll just double move up here.
Double move has been done, which means it would be Gesh.
Yep.
The power of the unknown. compared to
Alright. Well, that guy I would have advantage against, but he would have cover, so that wouldn't be very good. Let's see. Can I hit him if I move here without? No, he would still have cover. Both have cover. I'll just attack the fairy fired one
Right.
with another
Then you
blast
snipe the.
for nothing.
Do you not have hit this guy?
This one up here doesn't really see a way for him to escape. He will attack Liem.
Sure.
Swing a little scimitar.
It's a miss.
It's a miss. Roll on.
Comes the question: do I try to shoot at the one who's running away, or do I try to shoot at the one that's actually in combat with you guys?
If you can get the one running away,
Can
that
you
would be
read
great.
The one that's running away.
I can certainly try. I don't get my sneak attack sadly, but I can try.
Well, Gash is definitely going to bet with Ginger that you can't make that shot, or can.
Oh.
One of the two will bet one of the things,
What is
so you
this?
get the 1d4 bonus.
Okay, I get 1d4 bonus. How much bonus is it?
Well, I'll roll for it. 1.
Well, I get
So
I get a
cruddy
plus one.
bets, but we'll take it.
I get a +1 to firebolting the goblin. So I
Yay.
can reach my fire spell.
Oh, hey.
Yay.
Probably a hit.
8 damage on goblin fire.
Now,
Fire.
technically, he did succeed on his stealth check, so he wouldn't be hidden from that goblin probably, which means that he could sneak attack.
It is dead.
Oh, okay.
No, just let's just say.
That extra damage, though, it just needs.
Yeah, you get that in there. Just twist
Yeah.
it around a bit.
You hear,
On the-
you hear
on the-
echoing through the cave, where the mud baths are, presumably. Be quiet! In Orc.
Oof, close one.
Great.
Jonas, on that technicality, once you are in line of sight, you can't hide anymore.
But they weren't technically in line of sight because they were looking here. They were all looking here because their friend was dying in the lava pit.
That's really technical.
Number 3
Anyway.
will try. Sorry, was that it?
Nope, yep, that's it. My turn's over.
Number 3 will try to attack Lady Serilla, seeing his buddy has the other one. Clearly. Oof.
Wow.
That looks like a hit for
Yeah.
5 points of damage.
Ah,
Ow.
Alright, well, we'll attack the verified one.
Right.
That's a crit.
damn!
Alright.
Flash.
Smashes him.
Splat.
I did something.
Yes.
Break his skull with the iron pipe.
Yep. Alright, looks over to the other goblin, hefts the pipe with the blood and brain dripping from it. Be like,
Like,
yep,
no!
you're next.
Right. Raiden proceeds to tell Goblin 6 that the blue light would look good on him if he wasn't so ugly himself.
Oh!
Alright.
Apparently, he was insulted.
Oh. He didn't like that at all. No.
He likes his fashion, I'm sure.
Serilla.
I'm going to try and punch him.
Alright. That
3?
is 3 damage. Sure. Want to do something else?
No.
Right, then we have Gesh.
He'll move not over the lava stuff. Okay. See, can he hit him from here without it having cover, you'd say?
What?
You can fire over me as well.
Can I
Sure,
shoot past Lady
sure.
Serilla? Alright,
Go ahead.
last
Go
one.
ahead.
Miss anyways. Good.
He has disadvantage in his attack. He will go for Lady Serilla, though. Disadvantage.
Oh,
Still hitting for 5.
oof.
Well, I'm down.
That's okay. I'll get you up.
It is. Oh, I'll kill her. Go away. Leave.
Okay.
As silently moves over the corpse, moves right up to the corpse. well, the fallen body of his companion, looks at the goblin, scowls a little bit with a disgusted look. Just, I don't know, 12 hits.
That does not hit.
I miss him. That's disappointing.
Liem.
Yeah, swing at the goblin.
Trusty iron bar.
Yes.
A gift
Alright.
that he will surely treasure forever.
Oh, yes.
And crush his skull just as he was trying to get you to stop. Whatever you're
Yes.
doing. This combat is over.
Uh,
I believe you stabilize at the end of it.
You do, yes.
Okay.
And so you can again hear like, "Be quiet, I said," in Orcish. Though
Can-
I guess Liam will really understand it
He does.
coming from the mud baths.
Can Liam pick up a shield and a scimitar from these goblins?
These goblins don't have shields, but they do have scimitars, and they also have leather armor.
I'll take a leather armor.
oh,
Give me this.
Patches of goblin leather on there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
But yeah, there's three goblin scimitars and 3 goblin leather armors if you want them.
well, who gets the armor?
Oh.
That's the question. Well,
I mean, I can't even use a scimitar, so.
I can't
Yeah.
either.
I don't think I can.
It's just the armor that's the real question here. Probably Serilla, since it looks like you're going into melee all the time.
I'll take the other scimitars and no one
Well,
wants them.
That is
Two
my.
scimitars.
Yeah, 3 of them.
That is my general area. Or is meant to be where it is.
What's your
So-
dex, Serilla?
1.
Ah,
The point is, it would give her some AC.
I will give her some. I mean, it's better to up it, so you might as well take one.
Okay.
And then the last suit of armor, I mean, I wouldn't mind having it, personally.
Yeah, you take it.
Was it leather or studded leather?
Leather.
It's leather.
Which is 2 AC?
1.
So,
Is it 1?
piece.
Mm-hmm.
Not a lot. Yeah, leather is 11 plus dexterity modifier.
Okay. I mean, it pushes me up to 14 AC.
That's fairly good at this point.
Well, I would ask if anyone could understand what was being shouted towards our general direction.
Liam will nod to say that there is apparently someone shouting in Orcish to be quiet.
Well, perhaps we should and
Should we?
walk past.
Maybe we should, if we can. Depends on where the person is, I suppose.
Presumably taking a bath.
Presumably.
Perhaps we try to actually be quiet this time.
You could probably clear your prone state as well.
Hmm?
Not prone, you're not on the floor.
Yeah, I was getting there.
Unless you're starting to lay on the floor from now.
But I might want to heal myself.
Very
It's
true.
up to you. I can heal you, but I might save that for when you go down and we need you.
Yeah. I think that's probably for the best that you keep that.
Do Lady Serilla want the iron bar? Because it's a club, and I think she's proficient with clubs.
I can use clubs, that is true. I wouldn't say no,
Alright,
that's for sure.
have an iron barb.
Also, that's one hell of a cure wounds.
Yeah.
Wow.
As all of her wounds just disappear instantly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that
She,
heal though.
she's damn good at it.
Even here, the sun can help.
Lady Serilla feels great. It's a description there. So.
Great!
Alright.
All right,
Just a club, isn't it?
It is.
it is.
Alright.
Yeah, you can.
That'll
You can
do.
make your way on. You can hear the bubbling of the hot mud and see sort of the steam flowing out, bellowing out this little opening. There's sort of raised areas, little hills, if you will. As the just you hear like some voice like, "Oh," clearly
Oh.
enjoying itself
Right.
in there.
Does sound pretty good though.
Can we get a
Nice,
peek
relaxing.
in? See what's in there?
Just stick their head up. I just stealthily peek in.
Mm-hmm.
Stand on your shoulders.
See, basically two orcs sitting in deep mud baths, while goblins have some like pieces of wood that they're waving to fan the worst of the mist in over the orcs. The orcs seem to be really enjoying themselves, really sort of flattening out. Next to them, they do have some axes, but they're currently not wearing armor. And the goblins basically have their scimitars and theirs as well.
Perhaps we can move quite past without them hearing us.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, probably worth it.
Let's give it a go.
We can leave these for those chasing us.
Sure. Let's stealth.
Group stealth then, I guess.
A no, probably. That's another no. So good luck, the rest of you.
Yes,
Oh.
yes. Yes!
Alright.
We did it.
All right, yeah, you can make your way past. It's at the cave where you see two. Basically, you can make your way over here. Where you see there are two goblins sitting with their backs against the wall, probably guards similar to what was on the other side. And they look at you with as you sneak close. Basically, they're gonna see you. And as they really open their eyes big,
Can Liem talk to them?
sure, we can try to talk to them.
Well, he will then, in Orcish, say to them that the bosses are enjoying their bath, and it would be very bad if they were disturbed now, wouldn't it? So be quiet and move out of the way. Complete idiots.
Alright. Trying to intimidate them.
Yes.
Let's see what you can intimidate.
I'm not good at this, but we'll
Well,
try.
not hard to intimidate.
Eh,
Yeah, no, that
so-
totally beats their
Alright.
DC.
Okay.
As they
Alright.
quietly shuffle to the side, seeing the goblin leathers you're wearing and the
the
scimitars.
blood dripping off the
They're okay with
rebar
going over here and just sort of
that the crazy elf is holding.
not engaging with that. You could probably call for help, but they would have to make it over there.
Mhm.
They don't like their chances.
That's right.
Alright.
That's right. You stay in that corner.
As you make your way.
I also have to imagine how Roland looks kind of walking around. The fact he's just walking around like carrying just this huge bone to stab people with.
A halfling-sized bone as well. It's very small.
Hey, he's a rogue. So small daggers are not an uncommon thing.
Way from the cave without enjoying the nice bath. Oh well.
Oh wow.
Maybe some other time.
Maybe smart.
Well, apparently the halfling leading the way.
We'll mark it on the map.
Nice baths.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Hey, remember my character can never fail to backtrack their steps.
Mud baths.
Well, I mean, I'm
They-
not exactly leading. I'm just like
Nice
right in front
camping
of.
spot. Wherein you also basically there's like some fungi growing on the walls of what seems to be a rather nice camping spot. Currently it's unused, seemingly.
Delicious.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, fungi
Oh,
growing here. It is hot still,
Um,
the vents, but it is sort of thick rock that probably isn't going to break easily. Which might help.
Does that fungi have any use?
It might very well. Well, how much do you know about this fungi?
knowledge nature go.
That sounds like
It
nature
would be knowledge
advantage for
in
you.
nature to do this.
Nature advantage for you.
Sarah provides advantage on intelligence checks to identify underdark
That would
flora
be
and
it, yeah.
fauna.
Yep, this is it.
Is it just a plain intelligence check then, or is it?
Well, we'll be
Knowledge
Right.
nature, but if you don't
Okay.
have that,
Nature.
Then yeah, sure.
Well,
no, you don't know what that is.
All right.
I'm not smart.
Could be dangerous, could be nice. You sleep here.
All right.
Well, I mean, I always like to know my ability. Is it safe to consume?
No, that would not be a good idea.
Okay. You know, I can leave safe not safe to consume.
You just cut it down, I guess.
I mean, we can just leave it there.
Scrape it off.
Don't know if striking it might cause something to happen though.
I mean, we can just leave it there.
It basically looks like these long, almost like sporangia, like tendrils of like reddish mushroom growing up along the walls.
I mean, what's the worst it could do? Scream?
Strangle us.
Stranglers.
I mean, surely this place is.
I mean, our drow expert is like fine with it, so.
Yeah. You know, Serilla doesn't trust his expertise.
No?
No, he's a drow. Fuck drows.
You know, it's a good thing. I'm here
yeah.
to provide you. Don't worry, Lady Serilla. I'm here to provide you a second opinion.
Alright, well, I guess we rest.
Alright, you choose to just stay here.
All right.
It's fine. It's a good resting spot. Nothing really comes up on you, and you just get to do a rest. It's a nice spot.
Hey, long rest.
Hooray.
Lady Serilla, get back your stuff.
Basically, normally sleeping in the Underdark in the cramped tunnels doesn't really count as a long rest because it's not really restful. It's more just what you need to keep going on. However, in good rest spots, you can certainly just, rest.
Great.
I also think so. Roland stays away from the group mostly when he's during the resting, kind of keeping his back to the wall so he can keep an eye on everyone still.
Mm-hmm.
Stays away alone in the Underdark, in the jungle,
He's
out of sight.
He's clearly not the most trustful of everyone still, which, given the varied group, maybe slightly somewhat understandable.
The next day, as you continue to travel, Sereth will say that he believes you're very close now.
Alright.
Okay.
Okay.
And basically, the path will open up a whole lot. But there begins to be spider webs everywhere.
Oh, great.
Just everywhere. Thick and covering some pathways entirely. And some of them you see like one of them has like an umber hulk stuck in it that's like a husk.
Oh, wonderful.
Some sort of big beetle creature with massive beetle creature just hanging in there, clearly sucked free of whatever juices it had. Sereth will say that he would argue, don't to get stuck.
Yeah.
No shit.
Sounds
show.
like a good
Basically,
idea.
the cave opens out into what seems to be a huge cavern, just massive, so massive you can't see the ceiling or the bottom. And in here, there are lots of stalactites and stalagmites sticking up and down, and sort of almost like a forest of these spikes. And between them are thick strands of this spider silk. Basically, thick strands of spider web, but between smaller webs have been made. You can see sort of spiders crawling all over it.
Liem will actually equip
Here.
another scimitar, so he's dual wielding at the moment.
Sure.
I wish
So
those
I
were
shall
ones.
look upon it, sort of slight frown, and say, and so we are here. The silken paths.
Don't feel like this is the safe way.
Well, it's the only way.
Gesh just grunts.
His definition of safe is very,
Yes, he
very.
himself steps
very
out
loose.
from one of the thick strands.
Alright.
His feet getting sort of a little bit stuck to it, but he sort of keeps moving so that he keeps pulling it up again. So sort of here, almost like a sucking sound. Sort of
Don't stand still, basically.
I feel like this is
He
I
still
feel like
walks
this is a
slower than
situ-
normal as they just get super sticky. Yeah. This begins to make his way out onto one of the strands.
I
Okay.
feel like I might need a vehicle.
If we can make our way to one of the stable areas, we might be able to rest here. Otherwise, we'll have to move. It's several days of this. So gestures out over the horizon. You just see the blackness and just more strands and strands, giant spider webs.
Great. Well,
Ah,
there's nothing to it really. It's just we just have to move.
just move.
Alright.
Is this another survival?
Yeah.
All right. Let me do that then.
I mean,
Ah,
you already have advantage, don't you? You already have advantage.
yeah.
In here, if you do not have a guide, you will be lost. The strands are simply going everywhere, and they're in 3D, going up and down, every which way.
Oh shit.
13.
Meaning that it's very
13.
difficult to actually sort of get anywhere.
So we've got 13.
something.
Yeah.
13 plus the plot power of our guide.
Yeah, I mean, Sarah basically walks out. You get to one sort of a bigger stalagmite, and on that one you end up just sort of, I mean, he looks around. All around you is spider webs, and none of that really seems particularly like different from the other ones.
Okay.
We're lost.
Does it seem like he knows what he's doing?
It seems like he did.
Before this happened.
Before this roll happened.
Before this roll happened.
If only Jordan was wiser.
You could spend a day trying to regain knowledge of where you are, but people are probably following you in here still.
Doesn't Roland know where he's been though? Can't he backtrack a bit?
Roland can never get lost and can always retrace his steps. So that's sort of the thing.
You want to go back to the opening?
Yeah, we can always move. We can basically, we can never get. We can always get back to where we came from. That's always the thing, at least.
Hopefully, just go back far enough that we know where we are.
Hopefully, we can just move back and then keep going again.
Yeah.
All right. You want to spend a day doing that?
Looks like we don't really have much of a choice. It sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'd prefer if you could. I could prefer if he could move onto my team actually, so he could give me the bonuses for trying to move around in here.
Sure.
Since I'm slightly more better at survival than you are.
I'll ask him to help you out. Because
As much as we both pass like disdainful looks of like the drow versus the high elf back and forth.
Yeah. Guys, come on. You know, I don't want to get lost again, please.
Because maybe we can get through here. Maybe, right?
Maybe.
Let's pull out survival.
Well, as you basically spend a day here, just doing all of this,
Mhm.
you know, trying to find your way. You camp on one of the big sort of. Right, here you are.
Islands of rock.
Yeah. Get over here. Yes. To hold.
Ooh.
Oh goodness.
Ooh.
Just a small bit of it. Show out here, camping. You can
Doesn't feel
walk
safe.
on the thick ones. Spiders can walk on all of them. You
Okay.
have difficult terrain penalty, basically half movement walking on them. Spiders are fine. As you rest, you hear a weird, sort of almost wet, like slurping sound, like a thump, several times. Out of the darkness somewhere.
Well, get up, get ready, look around. Do have dark vision, so I can see a bit.
Yeah.
Look around with our 60-foot cones of dark vision around.
Mm-hmm.
Are you keeping any light with you?
Gesh would have his glow bulb thingy.
Maybe stuffed like in a sack when he's sleeping.
Yeah, covered when he's sleeping, but of course needs it like right now.
Sure.
Hey, color, it exists.
Yeah, and then you see something out of your eye. It seems like something web strands incredibly quickly.
Oh.
Basically, a slurping sound as they glide along it, and then land with a thud from rock to rock, basically.
Mm-hmm. Pokes the drow, like, what's this? Should we be running? Do we have to fight?
Frowns, looking around, says, I haven't. Tell the truth, I've never been far into this before.
Great.
Oh, figures.
Beyond it, I can tell you more, but
Could we like attempt to try and identify what was probably coming, or
you could do like perception, yeah, sure.
perception check?
Alright.
It's probably a
Oh,
spider.
I'll fuck do some perception. Holy crap.
15.
23.
Oh. Wasn't
Seems
our
pretty
rolls.
good.
I'm not even going to roll. I have no kind of vision that.
Yeah. With 23,
Good.
you can see what's two goblins surfing along the strands.
What?
How?
Surfing?
Yeah, their feet placed sideways as they glide along them, up and down.
Tubular, dude.
Holy crap.
Yes.
Sick waves. Alright,
Okay.
Can we just ignore them? Maybe they go away. Or
Maybe they
like,
could teach us to do that.
you want-
Yeah, that'd
sure.
be very useful.
I mean, I could. In that case.
What way are they going?
They seem to just be enjoying it.
Well, then Liam will
Spider bait
sort of
and
get
yuck,
up
yuck. Oh my god.
and call over to them in Orcish. Basically trying to say that, hey, can you teach us? I have a gold coin to pay.
As they stop looking over. They hop on a strand and
So,
flop over. Standing there. They don't appear to be armed.
mhm. I mean, they-
Except the little one, Spiderbait, has a what seems to be a big pot of grease on his back.
all right,
Oh.
sure.
Their
okay.
feet seem to be completely like greased up.
Well, Liam
As,
looks at them.
as he basically will look at you, eyeing the camp, squinting at the light. Hello.
Greetings.
It's rare to see travelers here. Where are you from?
Well, we are not really from here, but we are trying to get to whatever the fish village name was, which is somewhere on the other side of this Silk Road, I believe.
Oh. Well, why are you still here then?
Well, we sort of lost our way a little bit. Perhaps.
Says, you don't really need to ask that anymore. They all lose their way. The little one looks at him and says, "Shut up! Let them tell their story themselves. It's rude."
You know, crooks an eyebrow. Says, yes. So I don't suppose that you could perhaps lend us a hand navigating through this. They shrink down.
We might. As he looks at you.
He looks back. Yes.
But it doesn't sound particularly fun, does it?
Looks over to Riordan. Well, my friend here is a bard of some renown. Perhaps, as you guide us, he can regale you with stories or songs.
I certainly can, but they won't be able to understand me.
If it's pretty, you know.
Oh, they will.
Yeah.
Spores.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
spores.
true, spores.
They're
Yes.
over here, like squeeze
All
the
right.
squeeze stool, like poof.
Yes, I can certainly tell them the tales of my grandfather. Be certainly a few jaunty tales I could tell them.
That will make it all pass very quickly, right?
Yes,
Let's
yes.
bring up
certainly
stool and like puff the spores, I guess.
would. Yes.
This, well, Yuku says he wants to. He just doesn't admit it. In spite of it, says, "Don't tell them that, you." Says, I don't know why I bring you. He just gives you like a tired smile. It's a very broad goblin smile, though.
Oh yes, the smile you can trust.
Yes.
Haley.
Teethy smile.
Very teethy.
Actually, we can help you. And Spiderbraid will go along with it, but we have to have a fee. That's how it works, you see. Stories are good, he said not, but also, anything we find here, we will get to pick a part of it first.
Liam looks over to the others.
Sure.
Sure.
Whatever.
Alright, seems like we have an agreement.
The little one reaches out his hand,
Sure. Liam reaches out his hand.
shakes yours vigorously as it tries to squeeze it.
It's adorable.
But
Oh.
it is not strong at all, because it's a dill goblin. It tries.
Squeezes his thumb.
Mhm.
Yes. Right then. Stories then. Yes.
Yes. Right.
Also
Together,
commence
okay.
obligatory raid trying to be taller than the goblins.
And for backup, we can also bring Beboop, or whatever his name was, to appear to regale with even more stories.
I think he would probably join me because we can understand each other now. So it's more like a tag team bombardment of stories.
Sure. He enjoys listening to.
But he definitely joins
The
telling.
two generally seem to like the stories, but they seem to like songs, things they meet sing, as a thing. They will also tell of amazing things that they found here, like glowing things stuck in the webs, and like people who get lost and never found, and so they're still around here, and giant spider things, and yeah. They seem to live here, and they seem to be enjoying their life rather good. They will say that and swear by that they've never become lost, that they know every piece of web as if it was their home,
Well, it is.
which it is. So,
Alright.
also say
Great.
that if you fall, just grab some of the web, and you'll be fine.
Oh, great.
They fell at the beginning, so
Hmm.
just be
Alright.
quick about it. Because if you don't be quick about it, you'll fall down, and they don't know what's at the bottom, but they never have seen anything or heard anything from something that fell down there.
Maybe it's just so great down there that nobody wants to come back.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, they seem to think
Maybe.
that it goes on forever. Just bigger spiders down there.
Just huge monster spiders.
Also, be careful with above, because, the spiders live from giant flying creatures that come down to eat people. So,
Alright.
watch your head.
Uh-huh.
Also, no fire.
Oh. Right.
The webs burn very easily.
Oh, yeah.
They've seen people get stuck on one of these forever until they died.
Roll.
Roland.
Roland looks slightly disheartened.
You'll have to use your dagger.
Yeah, it's fine. Just don't roll low, and you'll still have it. It's fine.
Also, no light.
Right.
Oh,
Many creatures out there, and light attracts them. Light means food. So,
Cash rounds.
All right.
Alright.
I hope it's fine that you can go on these strands, without light.
Yes. It's fine. I can
Good.
Lead people, I suppose. I can lead someone.
You still have rope, right?
A tiny
Yes.
bit of rope.
You can
somewhat-
attach me to
They
to
can.
Liam.
They will even
fall.
offer to train them in strand gliding,
Ooh.
Yes.
if that is something. It is dangerous, of course, but
Sounds like a dexterous thing. I think
You
I
know
might
what?
give it a go.
Life is dangerous, so it makes no difference.
Guess says plummeting off the cliff down.
Woo!
Well,
I like the idea.
I want to
seems
give
fun.
it a go.
Right. Perhaps sitting around your camp with them is a good place to stop then, since Halldamir has to go at some point.
sure. Seems good to me.
Yes.
And I think we got somewhere far.
All right.
Hooray! We escaped, guys.
Yes.
Without
We
prison.
You know,
escaped.
I
We
have to
have-
say that escape went at least 340% better than last time.
Yes, it did.
So I've been keeping track of your experience points. And you've,
Oh.
you've gained 290 each.
Ow.
Whoa.
But I think I'm just going to give you 10 more each, and we're going to subtract it from like the next encounter. That seems
Yay!
because then you
Yay.
can level up, and we don't have to be level 1 anymore.
Okay, let's level up.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
All right.
Level up.
So how much experience did we get in total?
300 exactly. Yeah. And you can expect the next encounter you get to be worth a little less, because to balance it out. But
Sure.
I think it's more fun to have it that way than level up like the first encounter into a set. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do I get from leveling up? I don't know. Let's find out.
I get
Apparently
accent
rolled a
search.
5.
Yeah. Wow, we played for quite a while.
Yeah.
Oh right, I get
I,
cunning action. That's what I get.
I hope you had fun.
Before we
Sure
descend
they
into
did.
the madness that is leveling up, first of all, I enjoyed the session. I'm looking forward to this. When are we playing next? Next Wednesday?
Next Wednesday.
Okay.
I am off next Wednesday, so I'll be here on time this time. And the
Alright.
next week. But I think some people aren't here the week after next.
We'll figure it out. Time to time, as it were.
Might not be. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Next Wednesday. I hope you enjoyed yourselves.
Yep.
Enjoy your level up.
I certainly enjoyed
A
myself.
little bit of equipment, at least.
Yes.
Also, I realized that was actually really good timing. Given I'm probably going to go into melee, I can now dash the quick action.
Oh yes, great.
Yeah.
I can dash and stab.
I will now do D10 plus 3 damage.
Nice.
Take average.
Oh yes,
How,
you took.
how do you level up?
There's a button for it in the campaign thing.
Oh, campaign macros, right.
Mm.
Level up.
Power
Well,
up.
We'll let you roll
Uh,
experience or just take.
HP? I'll roll. Let's roll. I
Whoa.
rolled 6. Okay.
That's nice.
I'm probably going to take average because generally I go very badly if I don't take average.
Mhm.
Do we also have max HP then when we level up?
What?
Like if we get more HP from the level up, which we do we have that HP or do we have to wait until the next rest?
We're resting right now, so.
No,
I
yeah,
think-
you get full health.
All right. Yay! 3
Hooray.
spell slots. Woo.
Where's the invocation? Is there a button for that?
There might be.
Where's he?
You know, fire spell.
There's packed boons.
No, that's not it. No. Well, I'll probably handle that like on a local server. Copy the token
Sure.
over.
Sure.
Sure.
Well, as a fighter, it's very easy to level. I'm
It
done.
turns out rogue is also easy to level.
I am done. I got HP
I'm-
and action search. That's what I do.
I'm done as well. I got HP and cunning action.
The action surge is not bad.
Nope.
Jack of
very
all
good.
trades, Song of Rest. That's great.
It's very, very good. It's,
I really do actually like my cunning action because it also gives me something else, which is disengage as a quick action.
I mean, action search, difficult word to say when you're
Yeah.
tired. Action search, it recharges on a short rest as well, so it's very nice.
Well, basically, the disengage thing is called nice because that means I can freely exit melee with like spells and stuff, just kind of fire
Oh, I know.
however I feel like.
Oh, it's great. Counting action is like so good.
I mean, that technically means I could disengage, dash, and then just double, do dash move in one turn. Which is like, that's pretty good.
And I get my channel divinity, which is awesome. Those as well.
So, it is really late.
It is.
I have
It
to do my
is.
level up first.
But I also enjoy I can now dash and stab, which is going to be useful.
When do I need to get up tomorrow? Oh god, yeah, okay.
Tomorrow is going to be my day of death for a
I
while.
mean, you guys said you wanted to continue.
Yeah,
Yeah, no. It's,
I regret nothing.
yes, indeed.
Well, I guess it got you to a level up, so...
I mean, that's okay damage.
Worth it.
Not bad damage.
I need some heavy armor. God damn it.
You need armor. Just armor in general.
Yeah, armor against a 200 sword or something, like a spear. Give me
Yeah.
halberd, a nice halberd.
I'm going to happily fulfill the role of DPS though.
Sure.
Admittedly, I don't get fire in here, but I still get, my dagger and sneak attack.
I have 2 attacks now, like because I have the main and offhand. So
You do get 2 attacks. Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, that's how I do it. I just need to copy my token to the library for a second and get my invocation.
All right. Well, normally we would hang around and do some after session chat here, but I am also incredibly tired, so I think we're just gonna cut it off here.
Yeah.
Thanks everyone for watching. We will be back with more of Out of the Abyss next Wednesday. We have 13 Change on Friday, right?
Yes.
Yes. And
Yes.
Shadowrun on Saturday?
Yep.
Alright.
Interesting. Due to schedule arrangements, I actually have 4 games in a row this week.
There you go.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. We will see you guys on Friday. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.